facility access detected. Caution advised.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Oh,
Finishing my breakfast. I'm basically
nice.
done though.
What's breakfast? Radio cracker. What are you shoving in your food hole?
My food hole is full. One sec.
Of what? You won't tell me. You won't tell me.
This sector is
I got some eggs and bacon.
security measures.
Oh,
Please remain in place and wait
Nice.
for security assistance.
nice. It was worth the wait. There's a man over here. I'm going to kill him. Oh,
I need more arms. Chop
yeah.
out his arms. We need Lobos.
Arm coming up. Wow, this guy's tanky AF. He's just a regular dude.
Oh, you should make that headlight.
Oh, the headlamp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of the shoulder lamps. Oh.
Nice. Duns. Guess I'll need to charge it.
Oh yeah, I still have your lab mask too.
Oh. Yeah, give me that. Ooh. I wonder... The thing that we needed... Ah, yes,
up,
I
Dara?
remember. I'm remembering now. The mushroom area where the Tarask was being held. Remember
Yeah.
that? That's where the thing to activate with the Tarask Ichor is.
Oh, okay. Also,
I believe that's where it is.
I got a slight
I
hint
believe I need to
from chat. Well, not that we need
defecate.
it, but basically, my jump pad distracted us. That's all that was said.
Okay. Yeah, but we won, so
I know, we did win. That's true.
we did win. We kicked the heck out of that Tarask.
Oh, can you hear out? Oh. I fixed it. You were like echoing on the stream.
Oh.
2 audio sources by accident.
You weren't still watching my stream? Oh, bioscrap. I got the achievement for every inventory slot being filled, except I still don't have a hacking device.
Wait, you only have 8 inventory slots, right?
No.
Wait, how many do you have?
Define as inventory. I mean, there's the wristwatch, there's a pager, there's hazmat suit.
Well, no, I'm just asking because I got the fanny pack at the start, right? Like, this... Because it gives me the quick bar slots, yeah.
Oh, the quick bar slots, yeah, 8, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I see. I wonder if we can ever, like, make a fanny pack, or if you can get that upgrade, or if it's just something that I guess it would make the trade less worthwhile if you could just make it,
Yeah.
but...
No. Tell that to Miyazaki with the starting items. We make some grinder discs. Yeah, it's fine. Those anvils came in clutch for
The scrap? Yeah. We have a few more anvils. I think we got one at least.
nice. Hold on one second. Okay.
The audio, Wait, is it still duplicated? Oh, I muted the
I
wrong
have to
source.
go
Oh my
right
God.
away.
Oh, yeah, I'm pooping.
Okay, wait. It should be good now. My bad. Wait, okay, it's good now,
Do you want
right?
to do shared chat for this couple of hours?
We could do the stream together, but maybe not the share. I feel like the shared chat is a little... It's like hard to keep track sometimes, you know?
Yeah, no, I feel you. That's okay. My chat was just asking.
Yeah. I will knock.
Oh. Yeah, guys, sorry. He just hates seeing you.
Yeah, I freaking hate you, Lobos chat.
Oh, God.
Disgusting.
Oh, you're coming through the stream together. Oh, God.
Oh.
It was like... Dude, you sounded like some sort of evil entity when you said that. I mean...
Okay, it should be good.
All right. Yeah, you're good. So, wait, is it V? Yeah, for the light? Nice. That's big.
You can also press middle mouse button.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So, mushroom room? Are you gonna shoot me?
No.
Okay.
I'm just testing. I was seeing if I could have the pistol light and the headlight on.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think we go back to that turret room and maybe look around a bit. Right?
The turret room?
Yeah, the live fire room. Or where what is your
Where
plan?
we ran past? Oh,
Yeah.
well, I was at least just gonna take us to where we put the Tarask Iker.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that first. Sure.
Okay.
I don't remember where that is, so you lead the way.
Yeah, we just lift all the way up, I think.
Yeah, there was somebody in my chat saying that when we do the shared chat, he can't chat anymore because he was banned.
Oh, no. Wow.
I unbanned him though. I checked though. Don't worry. He's okay. I don't. He said fail, and then he got banned. That's all he said. I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Classic. Oh. We still didn't find any gel, and that's I
No.
think, the big thing for us to find.
I can smell it though. The gel is close.
I smell something.
Oh yeah, I still need to use the toilet.
Oh, well.
Maybe that's what it is.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Ah. Okay, so down there, I think.
Yeah, and then I guess I can do the
Yeah.
hack.
Here we go, repair.
All right, I'm hacking.
Okay.
Hopefully that thing's not gonna like get
Oh.
filled with lava or something.
Open the vacuum chamber. Whoa!
I am just about
Oh!
I'm dying.
Oh!
It's
Oh
so
my god.
hot.
Okay.
I think we need heat resist.
I was not made for this
Okay.
heat.
I have... Okay, so the Forge armor set has heat resist. And the blacksmith stuff. So, okay. This gravity cube is causing problems. Okay. You didn't land
I can
on
see
that. Alright. Did you hack this one? Oh wait, I guess that's how we
Yeah,
got
that's
in.
just how we got in. Oh yeah, and then over here was like the time break or something. Maybe not.
Oh.
Maybe it was one floor down. I don't know. The time break is, I think it's one floor down, but below us. So maybe when we open containment, we could use that or take it or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's that. There's the thing in cold storage. Man, there's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to go back to, like,
Yeah.
where that NPC was? Straight through blue door on second floor.
Yeah, because we still have to open the vacuum chamber door, but we don't have the gel, though.
Ah, yeah. We need the thermite and everything.
Yeah.
He's a green boy. Careful.
And maybe it's possible we just missed the... Like, by doing that skip, we just missed out on the gel, I guess.
Oh, yeah. We didn't turn off the turrets, so, like...
Yeah.
What? I don't know.
Yeah, there's friendly fire.
Oh, yeah. Helmholtz control across... Wait a minute. I think I can jump this easily with the cube.
Yeah, I think this is what we were supposed to do, but I got super sidetracked by the... Wait, can you...
could just jump it normally, right? No? Maybe not.
Well, my pad's right here. I'm just gonna move it.
Oh, that works too. Oh, there's a vent here. This looks like a very, look, there's even gamer paint leading to this vent. And then the word vent.
Well, vent it is, I guess. Yeah, I totally sidetracked us with that freaking jump pad, dude. Like, we... Oh, man.
I don't know, I saw the gap, but for some reason I was just like, no, I don't think I can make that jump.
Yeah, and you had the cube, too.
Yeah. Classic. It's alright, we do things our own way.
Yeah.
That's what matters. Oh, you know what? I didn't... Well, I'm in pretty good shape. Need some water, but that's about it.
Oh, I just found 30 shotgun rounds.
Careful.
Whoa.
Man
A
is
zombie.
Yeah.
What
Reading
does he
emails.
give? By the way, the YouTube stream is on, right? Just to double check. I'm pretty sure it should be good. Well, nobody said anything in the YouTube chat yet, so just want to make sure. There's a hack pad. I don't know what it did. Oh, I think it opened the gate. That we couldn't get through.
Okay. Alright, check the emails if you want. Oh, which gate? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the containment block, Helmholtz. Ooh, there's a level 5!
Oh.
There's an arcade machine locked up in here.
Wait, where?
Oh, that's a lot of
you
zombies.
went there. Okay, I see. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me use some...
I wonder if you can hit multiple at once. I don't think so.
Do you have something that has Pierce? Maybe I've been playing too much Bunk. Oh.
Well, those grinder discs are good. Seems like it just one-shots them.
Yeah. I think they have very low health.
Yeah, look over here. I think it's a cursed arcade machine.
Nice. That's awesome.
We gotta bring that home. Yeah.
Yeah. I want that for my living room, dude. Bottle. Santa.
It's level 5 though. Oh, this one's level 3.
Okay.
I guess we can go through here.
Armies all over the place. This looks like a shortcut back, maybe. Hello.
Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. The tub of blood. Dramatic, I know, but this entity gives me in
tub of blood.
scientific terms, the heebie-jeebies, and it's uniquely dangerous. We've locked it in a cell, and that seems to work well enough. It doesn't liquefy or slip through drains, as Tang feared. It's solid enough and prefers to stay near its point of origin. We send cleaners through every morning to spray down the walls. IC-13 tends to touch everything in sight when it crawls out of its metallic cocoon. We found the tub, more of a metal trough in after reports of a blood-covered nighttime boogeyman. The gatekeepers performed a snatch and grab mission while it hibernated, though they claim it woke twice on the flight here. I've reviewed the footage. It's messy. I'm not sure we can ascertain its goal or where it goes when the tub refills. We've run tests on
There's
the
a
blood to dismal results.
chair here.
0 genetic
more
matches.
lore, I
We'll
guess,
keep
about the
giving
chair.
it a stir,
yeah.
figuratively speaking.
I wonder if we can go in the blood tub.
Well, I think when we disable everything, all the doors are going to open, so we can...
It may not be open between the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. under any circumstances.
Okay. The door for that?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Anyone considering study, investigation, or indeed any kind of interaction with the
What's up,
Red
Study Shawl?
Chair,
Red Chair.
IS-018, I can advise only caution. Consider this piece of furniture a tool of assassination. No less for being so thoroughly arcane in its function. If you find yourself affected, we can do little to assist you. Exercise utmost care in its vicinity. No resting, no leaning, no sitting, reclining, or indeed any form of recumbence on or near this furnishing. It's also extremely damp, perpetually.
Oh, okay, this connects back to the other side. We did this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
You are either muted or...
Oh, I am muted.
Forward.
Yeah, you're... Oopsies.
Oh, Zambo. Oh, he dropped a oh, it's basic backpack.
I think the rat guys can drop a backpack, but I've never seen one yet. The backpack they have looks freaking huge.
Makes sense.
Also, when you scrap these cabinets and you fail, they give like a ton of metal scrap. It's normally like 5 or 10.
Oh, this is a... Whoa, okay. Portal time.
Oh.
What? Maybe it's a zombie realm. Another backpack. Do you need more arms?
I don't think these are gonna give arms, but I'll try. I think it's only the military dudes. I need one more arm. But we can get that. We'll probably find one on the way out or something. Isn't calibrated.
Oh. There's zombies breaking in. No, don't dance, dude. Headlamp.
Yeah, it's so nice.
This is gonna be our 3 hours of gameplay today.
Packaging stuff. There's a vent. Or hidey hole, I guess. Maybe there's gonna be some coming after us.
Yeah. I can see that. Something turned these people into zombies. Oh, these are nice chairs. Corner
Yeah, I do have my platform cart if we want to take any of this stuff home. We could store.
Oh, a card table. Fancy executive chair. Comfy beanbag. Comfy beanbag.
Ooh, yeah. I'm putting that in the cart. Because the cart, I think, can hold as much stuff, so even if it's super heavy. Ooh, fancy cabinet.
Whoa. Serpent's painting. Okay. Oh, what happened? Oh, I said that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna load this thing up with furniture. Cool stuff.
Nice. So many card tables.
Oh, there's a present here.
Whoa.
Ooh,
Candy
candy
bar.
canes. Lump of coal.
Candy canes.
I didn't get any new recipes from it, but... Oh. Oh, there's a toilet. Ollie.
Ollie.
Yeah, I got some like wreath or
Oh, kite shield, dude. On the
Huh?
thing on the wall.
shield.
Huge ass shield.
are
It's
you?
like it's more of a decorative shield. But it's right here.
Oh, I missed this. There's so much good stuff.
Yeah. A lot of new things. Promising.
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, that's a present. Commander's cap. Oh, it's cold resist. Damn. Can't take the bathtub or nothing. We can take the holly. Christmas decorations.
Oh,
What?
it said 4 more to go.
Oh, you
I
hit a button.
activated this. Yeah.
Mm.
This is like back rooms. Gotta like activate the frickin' gens.
Freaking back rooms. Okay. Maybe we have a time limit and they're gonna break in eventually.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, hello. That's a new one. Bro's T-posing on me. Died in a T-pose.
Bringing the cart over.
Fancy billowy chair. Oh my god. What the? Hey!
Coming through.
A little late.
Oh, you can get pocket watches from the presents.
Ooh.
Not that, like, we can always go back to that portal, but
Yeah. No, it's
Still
like
nice.
It has some unique loot though. Wow, look at that painting. Taking it. Cold mountains. Oh, just find water. Behind you.
coffee.
Oh, coffee. Oh, there's water filtering in now. Hello.
How much space does this
Oh,
cat
God.
have? Not much.
Yeah. Coming up the stairs. I wonder if we're gonna need to move fast. Oh my gosh.
I mean, they all get one shot, so it's not like they're very dangerous.
It'd be like COD zombies. Start upgrading the zombies. Let's see here. Circle. We've only found one of those buttons. Oh, wait. Okay, that's the same one.
Well, every time you package, you get like construction XP. Oh, right. We can get double resources if we have a hammer when we dismantle stuff. I forgot about that perk.
What?
Yeah.
I did not know that. So there's an elevator in the main like foyer where we spawned.
Oh.
I'm going to see about that.
I'm on it.
On it.
Mm-hmm.
Does it go somewhere new?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm right by the elevator. There's a bunch of presents in here. Oh, and another.
Oh, 2 more to go. Oh, candy canes. Lump of coal? Huh. Analyze a Christmas tree for a recipe. Fancy art.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's one right here.
Sword. I
Oh.
think it's decorative. No, this one actually is a weapon. Can chop up remains. Good quality.
Oh, that could be a good replacement for my knife, I suppose.
Rug. I'm taking this rug. Okay, calm down, guys. Ow.
Wonder if this thing's better than the knife. Chopping up.
Oh.
You on the elevator?
No. Present.
Oh, wait, there's a stairwell down. Right by the elevator here.
Yeah, that's right. No, I've had 0 stamina this whole time. Oh, the hat! Look at this hat! Cowboy hat. Okay, nice. I dropped it if you want to grab it. No. Oh, the button.
Nice.
Button. Oh, just one more.
Oh, maybe the elevator doesn't work, actually.
Oh, really?
I mean, I haven't tried it, but that would kind of make sense that we're, like, active turning on the elevator, maybe.
Hmm. Oh, I found a figurine in a present. Interesting. Yeah, I was trying to break down some of this. You bastard. Oh, actually, I've been hurt quite a bit. I'm gonna throw a briefcase down.
Oh, same.
Hit harder than I would expect. Do you have a bed by chance?
No.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, there was coffee. I could have gotten coffee. Basic backpack. There's a new room. Hello.
Don't forget the cart.
Line of men.
It's fine, honestly.
Okay, I'm gonna stick to this.
I'm gonna check in this office. Oh, wait.
Oh, the last button.
Oh, you found it?
Ready? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'll hit it. Here we go. Beep. Center of the building. Oh, maybe the lift. Oh! Oh!
Yeah, these guys actually do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Nice. This looks promising.
Oh.
I was like...
I was wondering if it would, come up with it.
the zombies probably can't operate the lift. Oh. Oh, come on, gel. Wait, Antiverse 23.
Oh, we got a terminal.
Come on, gel. Gel. Oh, I thought these were all... I mean, they are plant plots, but you can't actually use them. That's sad.
Dang.
This door didn't work. This door didn't work. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess...
Yeah, the computer, they were just talking about some, like... I think everybody got, like, infected here by some... ISO 12.
Yeah, okay. Oh. Nice. New place? Oh god, it's a shotgun man. Oh, still hurts a lot.
Give me your body parts. Oh. More coffee here.
Oh, I need some coffee, yeah. Nice. Is this somewhere we've been before? Oh, there's ice cream.
Oh, the Laik is looking at me.
Oh. I think if you just stay still.
I think if you stare at him, he leaves.
Yeah. If he also, like, he spawned behind me before, and I just didn't do anything, and then it disappeared.
Ooh, there's armory lockers here. Oh, man, I wish I'm gonna take one. These are pretty nice.
Sure. Yeah, I can take another one, too. Bing. I need to get heavy anyways to level strength. Okay, so the ichor from the terrace can generate perforation, so I guess we can use it to create portals somehow. We did, but
I see.
Fascinating.
X-ray lamp. I'll analyze over here for.
oh, is it like you move it around?
Yeah, I guess. Oh, it's a handheld device. You make it out of the X-ray tower. X-ray
Nice.
tower, Laik essence, and 2 jailbroken CPUs. Oh.
What did you analyze here? Oh, this?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
All right. Well, we need some Laik essence.
Okay, so we have 2. All right. That's good. Cool. Helmholtz lift. Oh, control center. Oh, yeah, I see it. Oh.
I won't tell the boss.
Oof. Okay,
This hack pad doesn't work though, because I assume we need the essence.
oh wait, maybe now that the power's on. The power was off, right?
I think
It
we
was
need the
something-
essence though.
But this should hopefully... Where's this exit out?
What the? Oh, he's running away.
Huh?
You got a snack?
Don't...
Maybe he wants a candy cane.
How? Great to have a friend like you.
Oh, he did. Well, I fed our manslave a candy cane. He liked it.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Did he give you anything? Worthless.
Alert. There has been a complete containment failure. Please make your way to defense sector by any means available. Have an efficient and effective day.
Oh!
What?
Lobos!
Oh. Gel?
No.
Gel.
But
Oh. Wait.
we're here.
For what do you seek?
This fucking guy.
Oh. Nice.
Oh, we can trade the Sigil of the Hearth for a gravity dampener. With this
The
guy.
one.
That one trinket.
tide will come
okay,
again,
okay.
no
Yeah.
matter.
He doesn't trade for gel though. I don't care.
So be it. We are done.
Oh, there's-
That's very electrified.
A cacophonous crate here.
Oh, that's. Oh, that's what we need the key for. You have the porcelain key.
No. It's in the storage. But I mean, we're.
I was carrying it around for like
Dang.
20 hours.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, I guess it's not that bad. We just go through the portal, take the elevator up, and then go through the other portal, and we're basically back here, right?
Yeah. No shortcut. Bleh.
Kind of scared of
Yeah.
like zipping through
That's
this,
a little
but
dangerous, it seems. Yeah, okay.
Maybe?
You know what? I'm gonna teleport back. I'm gonna go get the key.
okay. I'm gonna look around and see if there's a shortcut I missed. Maybe I can open up something for Lobos here.
Ah,
I don't think there's a shortcut though. Oh. There was a door we missed.
Okay.
Think. I'm checking where it goes. Some lift. Wait, what?
I need the Leshak to attack me so I can die. It alternates targets. Oh, there's a Leshak essence. We killed it at some point.
Oh, nice.
So now we have 3, and we need 4. Is that right?
Oh. Yeah,
Or Layak.
okay. The lift at the start of, like, right when you jump across the gap, I activated it, so we can take that up now.
Lift when you jump across the gap.
Yeah, that gap that we...
Oh,
That you jumped across?
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
I can't believe we missed this yesterday, though. Can I use candy cane in soup? No. Well, the problem was I put down a jump pad to jump up into that hole, and then we just got so like we're so focused on this area. Didn't even realize. Like I've never looked this way. Oh yeah, Lobos can bring the jump pad across now. Rare case of a gamer only looking up. Yeah. Made a bridge. Ah, yeah, that's a fun idea. Something I can do with warning signs. Well, I'm not actually gonna make a bridge. I don't really care that much. Oh. Weirdly enough, it's kind of, I want this. Is there a way to like break stuff? Or like if you break it without packaging it first, then you always get the supplies?
Coming back. Did I need to bring, oh, the key, of course. putting away a whole bunch of stuff. Key is, do you remember where you put it?
It's in one of the boxes. Maybe the ornate crate. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's in the it's lost in the
in the
in
sauce.
the sauce.
Oh, the anomaly decays. Okay.
I got the supplies. Right click hammer breaks furniture. Oh, okay, I see. Probably good enough.
I can't find this key. Is it on the cart?
I'm sorry.
I just want to find it.
And before I have it, no, there's no way because it would have opened. Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, never mind.
Maybe I'll just teleport back and I can help look.
Yeah, or we could just go buy another one from that vendor.
I'm coming back.
I might be missing a storage spot.
I'm gonna take that sigil of the hearth so I could trade for the cube.
Hey.
Run! Oh, closes the gates, right.
Oh, I got the key.
Oh! What was it?
It was in the ornate crate inside. By all the TVs.
Wait, there's an ornate crate by the TVs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, you just mean the one in front of the arcade. Dude, I looked in there.
Yeah.
How did I not see it? Whatever, it's fine. I'm gonna wash off and the,
Alright.
water over here.
Such a big painting. I don't know where to put it.
I put one outside on the way in.
Oh, I'm gonna put down this. Did you put down your other armory?
I did. It's in the right corner here.
Put another one next to the.
Nice. How about that new drill?
Yeah, it's nice.
Anything else we need to bring? Hmm.
Oh, coal. You can turn coal into the refined carbon.
Ooh. Hmm. Oh. Well, we should look for maybe a heat resistance set for you, and we could go into the
Oh, yeah.
hot place.
Can I make, like, I feel like there might have been a soup that works as well.
Possible.
Did you just take the forged pauldrons out?
I did. I was
Okay.
putting on the 4-piece set. Yeah. I'll bring the legs with me. What the?
I don't really have any of the items.
Yeah, I think we trade to the blacksmith to get the blacksmith. Yeah, blacksmithing gloves and welding mask, I think. Actually, there was a spot yesterday that had a couple of welding masks.
Mm-hmm. I grabbed one, but then I dropped it. The forged helmet, though, doesn't give heat resist. It's just the gloves.
Oh. Okay.
And
Oh yeah, the legs don't. You're right. Yeah. Right.
it's the chest and the
chest does.
arms. So I need a high visibility vest, which I need a super tomato for, which we do not have any tomato seeds, fortunately. And our super tomatoes went bad.
I can go look for
There's-
a vest. Could you
yeah,
find
there-
them out?
Yeah, there are vests around.
Oh, here's another Layak essence. We got 4.
Oh,
We got 4.
nice. I don't think we can make the X-ray lamp. Yeah, we don't have any CPUs. Maybe later.
Well,
Oh, you ready to go?
yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
You want to go to the Layak essence place first?
Yeah, we can put the 4 in, and then... Yeah, sounds good. Wait, there's a water cooler right here that we've just ran past. Like, every time. How is this possible?
Maybe respawned after like a week. I don't know. Who knows?
I put it back.
I have no idea if this is a shortcut. Probably not. Oh, there's like scientist zombies now. I went to the laboratory shortcut.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm gonna come back though. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where the high visibility vests were. Maybe.
I want to say like in the area near the blacksmith. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
But there might be some around here too. I remember seeing them on top of like tables. Of course,
Yeah.
we broke down like every table we've ever seen.
So are you coming to the lift then?
Yeah, lift.
Okay.
And then, or actually, we should just run through to blue, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Why such spooky sounds over here? Oh wait, we got a shortcut over here.
Oh yeah.
And then, wait, what is this door? Oh yeah. So we go through here and then, oh,
Well, so we have a shortcut though.
okay.
We can just go. Yeah.
Oh, the lift.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Bro, I don't even know who the alchemist is, man. You're just backseating stuff that I don't even know about.
I'm getting irradiated. My hazmat suit's not good enough for this. Oh, here we go though. Nice.
Meant the blacksmith. Oh,
Ooh.
okay.
My fire zone. Oh.
Hacker time? Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Let's see. Oh, there's people in there.
Hmm.
Huh? I don't see guns. Yeah. I guess we'll just take it slow. Oh gosh, there's a pile of dead people right there.
Oh, there's guns.
Whoa. New enemy? Oh no. Oh.
Not a turret, just a shotgun guy, but that scared the crap out of me.
Holy. Okay. Another guy coming.
Oh, okay, the turrets get you here.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to still...
Just hug. Oh. Okay. I mean, there's gamer paint over here,
Oh yeah, you're right.
and it's leading into a hallway.
Control lift. Maybe that's...
Promising. Just grabbing some liquid crystal.
just in the toilet.
Oh, good iodine. I need that. I'm stomping around. Control left. Ooh. Okay.
Promising.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, you can have the shortcut for the healing stuff. I kind of forget about that. I probably shouldn't have it on my bar.
Oh, this looks like a control room, maybe. Oh, there's lore.
Private note. I believe the gate has the wherewithal, both political and practical, to withstand the attempts of almost any organization on the
final
planet to
arm.
interfere in our operations.
Hey.
There is only one group I'm aware of with the power to intrude on our operations here. Unfortunately, we seem to have
Oh,
fallen
this
under
new
their
enemy
gaze,
that's
or
dead.
perhaps-
Oh! Is that
As
him?
much as Gate attempts to
Oh, that's
uncover the
her.
truth and technology behind the anomalies of this world, the Order seeks to suppress them. We are two antithetical principles, set to converge on a
think
single point,
We can run into the
and
next
that
room.
avoids the obvious truth.
There's something over here
that
too,
point is
though.
our facility.
Take a look
Yeah.
at.
I cannot guarantee the
Oh, it's a
outcome.
shortcut.
Oh.
Wait, have we?
We've been here for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is where we put the light essence in.
Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you have the key?
Oh yeah, yeah. Let's do that.
Right here.
I can trade. Dampen.
Oh, I did not look and I
Yes,
accidentally
very
jumped
good.
all the way down. I'm dead. Okay. Hmm. Cacophonous crate. Where is
Oh,
Okay.
the lantern lures the cordfish. I wonder if that's like a fishing thing or
This cube is
like a monster.
getting me killed all over the place.
Yeah, it might be better just to keep it in your hands and just take it out when you need when you need it. But you might want to. You could grab your spuddy.
My spuddy. Well, I spawned here in the labs, so.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll be there soon.
You freed the giants. If I can assist, I shall.
What did you get out of that crate?
There is a lantern. A fog lantern. It's a trinket. I can drop it for you. Check it out.
Oh, did you just clear the fog?
It says the wearer's stamina is greatly enhanced while immersed in fog, and the lantern lures the cord fish. Oh, you're right here. Here,
Cool. Swordfish. Sounds good.
I dropped it for you. Yeah, I don't know if that means like fishing or if that's a monster.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't. Wait. Yeah, currently I don't have a trinket, so I'll just wear it.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So I feel like we do a little.
Can't we just go around the side here? Yeah. Oh god, it's a sniper.
Oh, that's a sniper. Okay. That's less fine, but oh wait, that's just a guy on a turret. It's not a. Oh, real hurt. Oh god. Okay. Wow. That was a close one for me.
You need any splints?
Okay, that guy's still there.
Oh, do you need any splints?
No. I'm good. Not since we got those bionic legs.
Bioscrap. I guess I should start picking that up. We're actually getting kind of low.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, got another spot. Let's see.
We can also jump up here.
I'm gonna dismember the big guy. Well, we got Spuddy. I don't know how it works, but
Not sure if he's getting shopped. I don't think so.
got a cool little trinket on his belt.
What is that sound?
It's the alarm right here.
Ugh.
let's see. Oh.
Looks control century.
Oh. Oh, fuck. Jeez.
You did it.
You did it. Oh.
Oh. Where did you
Wait.
come from?
Instantly come back.
You reset the system and turned the guns on those apes.
Oh.
Bravo. We may yet get out of here with our skins. Now, we just need to get that odious gunk off the vacuum chamber door.
Nice.
But this isn't the first time we've had this problem. That
Nice job.
goo was a curse until Dr. Lassiter opened a new portal to the mycofields in Antiverse 2, and the TR teams discovered a substance that could
the
remove
gel.
that awful stuff. The test chamber portal may even still be open. But with the state of things,
Power
who's to say?
today.
I suppose we just have to go and find out.
Specimens outside of
Maybe he's talking about the Terras
Return them
portal.
Immediately. Have an efficient and effective evening.
The Shroom Zone of Antiverse 2.
That sounds right. So now it's heat resist time.
Oh, right, because that's where that's the portal we went in.
Yeah.
All right. I see.
Nice. Oh my gosh, but so now we can also run around wherever there's guns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're blue. Haha.
A sip of water would suffice.
You have any soup?
I ate my soup. I'm sorry.
Okay.
'Cause I
That's
died.
okay. That's okay.
Oh, there's water here. Oh, it's tainted.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, is this a new map? No. I see Layak.
Oh.
But I don't have any way to deal with him.
Yeah. Did we ever go in this?
No, this was all gunned up.
Oh, right.
Rebar, nice. Okay. There's an ornate crate here. An ornate, yeah.
Oh, wait, actually?
Maybe we could sneak
Yep,
a little
yep.
map in the
Where are you?
Come outside and follow left. Go left. Lefter. See you. I'm here. Oh, turn around. Opposite direction.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Sorry.
I see.
Turn on my headlamp.
Aha!
I guess these kind of have the same loot every time.
Yeah, I'll just take the ammo.
What did the sigil trade for? Oh, a cube,
The
right?
cube, yeah.
Hold on. Oh, put away my test tubes.
Can you make test
Oh.
tubes without?
Yes. Yeah, we can make them easily.
Yeah, you just need
this
glass.
This is where we. This was the second door spot. Where I died.
Oh,
a million times.
yeah. Nice. It's all coming together.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, so I guess if you get past those two turrets, that's just, you're just like straight to the
Well,
button.
I bet it's hard to tell. I think there's more turrets that are on. So, well, but who knows?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna sleep here.
Well, I guess. Oh, there's a test tube. Next objective: get heat resist armor.
Yeah.
Oh, there's blacksmithing gloves here. Do you need those?
Yeah. I need the gloves and I need the high visibility vest, I think. Let me double check.
I figured they would probably put some stuff nearby.
Yeah, so the blacksmithing gloves and then, yeah, the high vis vest.
Nice.
We're basically
Gloves
good.
down.
Working hard or hardly working?
Maybe there's a vest here too. I feel like there should be if the gloves were here.
Yeah, I feel like it. There's a shotgun man up here. Nice.
So I was pumping iron the other day.
How many dead people?
Power cell up here. Nice. Breacher. Oh God! I heard sounds and box. The water box, man. Okay.
Oh, found another door. Oh. Enemy.
I am basically back at the beginning
Alert.
where we put in
There
the
has been a
layac
complete
essence.
containment failure. Please make your way
Gotcha.
to defense sector by any means available. Have an efficient and effective day.
Did you just take lift?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Found some lore.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting.
Oh my god, there. Oh my god.
Recent attempts to coax IS
There's a lot of
442
lore
into a
here.
new home have been unsuccessful. We believe the creature, if indeed that word is appropriate, prefers
Are you coming
manners
back?
and art.
Wait,
So
I'm
provided several potential new
still
pieces
finding new
for
stuff
it
over
to
here. Where are
inhabit.
you at?
But to no
I'm at
avail.
observation.
Dr. Tang wishes to determine whether the entity is trapped in its current environment,
I'll look for you.
inactive, or simply wishes to remain where it is. But his suggestions risk destroying the work in question. I have told him to adjust his methods. Antique artworks aside, I have always been a calm person. I have no desire to risk harming 042.
The lost dog. Observation. Are you by the ornate crate at all?
You come back from the ornate crate.
Okay.
I can show you the
Up?
way.
Oh.
Down.
Oh. Alright, I am
I think.
near the crate. I'm in the middle.
Here.
Control it. Hi.
We're just going around, but yeah, we can go up this way. Need any water, by the way? Thirsty?
Oh, there's more blacksmithing gloves here. Wait, hold on. Do I need water? I'm pretty good.
Okay.
Well, let me drop these gloves for you.
I do not have space.
Okay.
I am very full.
No worries. Man. Ah, I see.
Yeah, this was a hack door.
Nice floor. Oh yeah, this is a crazy room.
Look at all the frickin' lore, dude.
That's a lot of
I did the
lore.
one all the way to the left, I think. I don't even know.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting, research director. Dr. Sukov came to me today and announced she was terminating her investigations into 014. The principal obstacle appears to be the object itself. Our tools ceased to function. Or they
We might have to go somewhere else for the vest, though.
Pace when brought near it.
Yeah.
Precisely
Somewhere near
what
the
it is
blacksmith.
composed
Or maybe you
of,
only need one
whether
piece.
hollow or solid. Even these simple questions
I
are almost
had one
impossible
piece
to
is the
answer.
thing.
014 is to all intents and purposes.
It was the heat resist piece, too?
Impervious.
Yeah, I had one heat resist piece. I had swapped out one of my forged pieces for carapace.
Okay, well, do you want to just TP home and then we can go
Yeah,
try to get the vest?
Yeah. Oh.
I guess there's a lot of lore there. Flag.
Okay, I'm crafting the forged pauldrons
Alright.
and dropping them right next to the bench. They're ready for you.
Thank you. Gotta kill another robot for the gun arm wraps.
How did you get purple tomatoes in the first place? You like...
Died really fast. Some of the stuff away. I keep picking up metal scrap. Printing attack? Yeah, I still don't have that. those arms.
I'll start heading to the blacksmith area and start looking for orange
Okay.
vests.
I might cook a little bit of soup real quick, if I can.
Sure. Oh, did you look if there's any, like, heat resistance food?
I will take a look. I'm not sure if the effects are, like, shown on the cooking recipes or not. I feel like there was one, though. Oh, that's a cooking pot. Crowbar is sharp. Okay. Should I use the sledgehammer for now, then? That surely is a blunt weapon, right? I did grab the sniper, actually. But the thing is, we're going into an area where I don't want to use it anyways.
There's somebody we can definitely trade for the vest as well, I think. Not the blacksmith, though. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's a fire proximity suit, which is a full body suit. But we don't know. I haven't discovered the item to trade for it.
Shoot.
It's possible we get it out of that place, though. But
What type of ammo does this use? Where did I put all the frickin'
I found
ammo?
an orange vest.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Easy.
Oh, right, I forgot to grab the jump pad back. Oh well.
I can grab the one that's by the blacksmith, actually.
Oh yeah.
Do that. I'm right here.
Where is all the ammo? I feel like we should have more than this, but
Okay, I got the jump pad. I got
nice.
the vest. I'm coming back.
Well, this is fine, I guess, for now. Alright.
For what do you seek?
This item can be upgraded at an enhancement pit. Even more?
Alright, let's see. Forge. Chest piece. Yes. Okay.
Welcome back.
Dropping it in the same spot. There you go.
Thank you.
So we both have 2 heat resist. The suit
Oh,
is
I
plus
forgot
3,
to get the soup going.
and it goes in like the radiation suit, so we could have total of plus 5.
Oh.
We might need that, but I don't know. We might. I feel like we have to dip in and get something, unless one of the headpieces like randomly gives fire resist or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing else we can craft gives fire resist.
Is your food good?
No. Food's good. I'm all thirsty, but fine. You just boiling some water here?
I was making one soup. I didn't have enough for a second of the good stuff. All right.
Just,
want to get going?
Killing syringes.
All right.
Ooh, yeah, we're running real low on biomass.
Yeah.
But I guess that's easy enough to farm, just in this first area.
I think it's the best is just from like the carbuncles or like the little guys.
Yeah. The jumpy boys.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I bet you the vacuum. Oh, no, that's right. The vacuum turns them into a weapon, but you don't get the loot. So
Yeah.
no, we're good there.
Got a rifle now too.
Oh?
Yeah.
A sniper?
Yeah.
Nice.
Does 105 damage. Decent. I mean, the crowbar does 75. So.
Yeah. We gotta be close range, though.
Yeah.
5 at range is crazy. Well, hopefully this is enough for mushroom place. Otherwise, we gotta... I don't know, figure out something.
Somebody was saying we could buy a bunch of slushies.
Oh, the slushies.
I don't know if that actually works.
Heaters it? I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think ice cream might too. We actually might need to. I mean, that seems like a legit strat. Yep. I just want a shortcut through there. Let's see what happens. Hold on,
Seems
it's ticking
okay.
up. It's ticking up. It's ticking up.
So hot.
You're just on the verge of heat exhaustion. Maybe? Just get some gel real quick. I don't know. There's jumpy. Where?
We might be okay.
Oh. That didn't sound good. Are you dying?
I should probably locate a restroom.
Oh, I see. Mushrooms. Yeah. No. I did have the other jump pad. Hold on. This is where we want. Ooh, yeah. Got it. Oh, I'm vomiting? Okay. Alright. Can we attack the mushrooms?
Yeah, maybe we can like... This place does not seem very big.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh, plant. Oh, there's a rope here.
Rope.
Plant rope.
Oh.
Where's the bathroom?
Plant rope. Oh. Right jump padded. Hmm. Boing. Got some more. Did we have some sort of... Oh, I fell.
I think you could spawn at the portal entrance, right?
Yeah, I can. Do we need something to see? No, I guess there's a big island and there's a hole in the middle too in the distance. Oh, I didn't mean to go through the portal. I guess I might as well pull off real quick.
Oh yeah, there is. How the heck do we get up? Oh wait, maybe.
Am I back?
Oh, there's a rope. Oh my god, these ropes are really hard to see.
Okay, just getting my stuff. Okay. All right. So rope 1. I guess you gotta look up and then.
Yeah. You can see me once you come up from the...
I see. Now we know what we're looking for. Yay, vomit. Yes, this stuff, right? Shirley!
Did you pick it up?
I saw it, and it just... Oh, wait, here. Wait, no.
I attacked it and I might have destroyed it.
I saw a pickup prompt, and then here we go. No, that's an enemy. Oh, it went inside this little nest. Okay, there's a bloom. Rope plant seed.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Maybe. Okay.
I want... Oh, my God.
I destroyed the loot. No.
It was gonna open the way. Oh, antiverse leaf. Juice. Anti-juice. That's for the bees.
Ooh,
Should I
okay.
No? I wonder if this will give... I'm gonna try drinking it. Okay, it was just for thirst. I thought it was gonna give us a heat buff or something. The little enemies. Oh, I found another one.
I found a juice.
Antiverse gel.
Gel.
Remembering a new enemy.
Oh god.
Anyone else getting a bit
Ooh, there's a mushroom.
hungry?
Stop!
Ah,
Ooh, new cooking supplies.
Look, I'm just gonna puke until I die.
The puking isn't really doing that much damage to me or anything. Oh, there's bees
Well, it
here.
gets rid of your... Oh, I'm above you. It gets rid of your food
Will
and...
you help me with this?
This guy, he gets a mushroom head recipe from his head.
Yeah. There is another gel. Do you have a jump pad? It's on this mushroom.
I do. Oh, interesting.
On this one. Oh no, Lobos.
I got it.
Oh, I need water desperately, I see.
Yeah, that's... But we can also just teleport back and then
Yeah.
we can see what gel
It's
trade-
right up here, I think. Or on the... Oh wait, no, it was right there. Never mind.
I
You got it.
insufficient.
Yeah. I might just teleport out of here, I guess.
I mean, even if we die, like, just spawn at the portal entrance, right?
So. But we don't know what goal we have right now, like how much we want to get or this and that. Like if we can just trade one gel to get the heat suits, then that'll make this so much easier.
True.
I'll be right back.
We need 10 gel for the thermite.
Sure. Carbon. Red ant soup.
I just sworn I saw like a human-looking building somewhere, or like near the start.
I'm gonna save and quit real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, here
For
it is.
no reason.
Okay. Oh, it's not the trinket. Okay, I'm gonna come back.
There's a new Layak essence.
For what do you seek?
Yeah, but I don't. It's not the trinket, chat, is the thing.
Oh, never mind.
I can't contain this much longer.
Maybe the mushroom hat has heat resist.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Mushroom hat. No, it has cold resist.
Don't worry about me. I've seen worse.
Had like 30 pots in the base. Oh well.
30 pots?
Yeah, somebody was looking like crazy in my chat.
Oh. So we can trade anomaly for rebar at the blacksmith. So next time, I think we have a bunch that are about to expire. Should probably do that.
Gotcha.
You're back home?
Yeah. I was just making a little bit more food. What did I do with my
Yeah,
pot?
we did not find whatever the blacksmith wants for the radiation or the heat source.
Oh.
Sadly, not yet.
That's
Although
unfortunate.
we didn't bottle the juice. I wonder. Need to bring a bottle for the juice.
The gel?
No, the juice. There's like water you can drink in there, and I drank it just to see if it gave me a heat resistance effect, but it didn't. I didn't bottle it, so.
Gotcha. Doesn't have to be a trinket? Oh, okay. Well.
Else here. Rope plant seed. I don't know if that's something we can use in there. That'd be interesting though.
Yeah. Oh, you can use the gel in a soup.
Yeah, I saw that. What? Whose phone is that? Oh, heat resist soup? Where's that? Theoretical soup. Do we have milk sacks? Ooh. There's a hydrochloric acid. Okay. Nice.
This section will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Oh. Nice. Huh. Oh, maybe. Oh, that sounds like something a blacksmith would want.
Oh, I was muted on the stream.
Phone. Phone? Wait,
Oh, I think when I press my mute mic button on my stream, it pages you.
Wow. Okay.
That's so funny.
Driving me crazy.
Sorry. Oh, almost got the cooking upgrade. Alright, do we want to go...
I'm gonna collect some anomalies real quick since it's nighttime.
Okay.
I can find them.
You can turn rotten food into bioscrap.
You desire what?
I was just gonna start. Oh, wait. Can you also turn raw stuff into bioscrap? Probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think you can turn... Yeah, like any body part gets scrapped into bioscrap.
There's strong enemies spawning around here now.
Well... Yeah, I need to get some XP so I can get that sprinting attack. I don't have it.
Strength XP?
The blunt weapon XP.
Oh. Yeah, I was using like all blunt stuff, and then the crowbar counts as sharp. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like level 10 sharp now.
Try using the lift to spin. Okay, he didn't. Rat man. Come here, rat man. No.
Seems like just breaking stuff is the best way.
Got him. Whoa.
That doesn't count.
There's another Layak essence. Dude, where's this happening left and right? I guess I'm going to trade a bunch of technologies for... We'll never have to worry about rebar again. Did the soup finish?
Should be. Yeah, it's there's a bunch of soup on the floor. Let's go.
Or I mean the sorry, the cheese curds.
Oh, probably yeah.
For what?
I actually found a door that we never in.
In the starter area?
Yeah. Kinda messed up.
Attention, this sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in
So
place
be it.
and wait
We
for
are
security
done.
assistance.
I just want to get my blunt XP level, man. There we go. Oh, there's a another one of the cacophonous crates here. Interesting.
Oh, interesting. Hmm.
Oh,
Aha. So,
got a bunch more rebar. You need any more?
Oh, nice. Yeah, I got some rebars. I was trading the anomalies for it. I was hoping it was like one anomaly for multiple rebar, but it was just 1-to-1. Sad.
I'm gonna get a sponge bio scrap.
Okay. Yeah. Waiting on these cheese curds. The lid
Wait,
has
are they
to come
really
off.
still? I think
that's
they're
still-
done. No, they're
really?
done. Yeah. It'll say like uncooked, I think.
Okay. Pot. One portion. Yoink. Ripening alien cheese wheel. Okay, I'm gonna go to the blacksmith. See if he wants that. Here. I don't know if. Well, I guess you got the other ones.
Yeah, I'll put the other one in the fridge.
Ripening. Oh, it's like the durability is dropping really fast.
Oh.
Like not that fast, but it is.
You'll make it to the blacksmith in time at least, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
That's interesting. Huh. Oh, wait. Oh, it says now you just gotta be patient. Nice pun, but also I think you need it to ripen. You need it to decay.
Oh, yeah.
Right, that makes sense. Well, in that case... Yeah, take that out of the fridge, I guess.
Well, we can wait to see if what yours does, I guess. But yeah, you're probably right, because it can't be eaten. It's still decaying in the fridge anyways, though.
Okay. Yeah, that'll preserve it once it does turn. Nope, he doesn't want that for the...
What did I do with my soup?
Once it's done, though. What were you doing with Larksa later?
I don't know, some like co-op game called CUFFBUST. Apparently.
CUFFBUST?
Yeah. Oh, this meaty soup I made increases blunt and sharp melee XP. Dude, I was just farming blunt XP. I could have used that.
Well, now you know.
Oh my god, the sprint attack.
Yeah, it's weird, right? But it's also
It's so fast.
Yeah. It's kind of inconsistent. Sometimes I'll try to do it and it just does the normal attack still.
Yeah. And I mean, you need stamina to do it as well. So, not bad though. Well, I mean, I know where you want to go get some slushies with me?
Sure. Let me, I'll drop off the cheese here. Guess I'll put it in the food cupboard. Oh, I need to rest.
50% less stam per swing. Enemies with resistance to blunt don't. Man, the blunt skill tree seems so good, but I don't know how... Like, do we have a weapon?
I was using the thermo hammer, but the damage-wise, it's trash. Wait, the first club we made, right? That's blunt, isn't it?
It says heavy weapon. I don't know what that... Like, maybe my sledgehammer.
Oh,
I assume the sledgehammer works.
Explosive sledge. Yep.
Where did I put the sledgehammer?
I saw the regular one in the armory thing, but not the explosive one.
I had it somewhere. I thought You just saw it? I saw a normal sledge. Unless I saw the explosive one too, did I? I'm so confused.
I'm gonna craft the other lab burner in preparation for our thermite bomb or whatever.
Nice. Oh, it is here. I found it.
Nice.
All right, you ready for slushies?
Yeah. How much money do you have? I got $40.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
57.
tab and then under. Yeah. 50 cents.
I'm a loot goblin.
I mostly just package things. Oh. Just realized it's a big door. Okay.
Gain temporary relief from heat.
Ayo?
Get like 5 each.
Is there a limit? I feel like
I don't think so.
It ran out at some point, right? Oh, maybe not.
I thought it did, but I think it just bugged or something.
Oh.
It'll do that, but then it'll keep working anyways.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I got 5. Okay. Cool. Do we need a regular robot or not?
We can kill him real quick. Sure. I feel like we always need robots for like something. Oh my god, wait, this hammer's kind of insane.
Yeah, that
You can I loaded it. You can make explosive cartridges for it.
Yeah,
I think it does a lot of damage, but they're kind of annoying to make.
Where's the bathroom?
Here we go. What's this? Oh, robot oil, yeah. It's fine, I'll grab it all. Here.
Oh, wait, I'm hearing... I thought that was my character, but I think the Lyak's on me. Well, I'm gonna go to the...
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the toilet. Maybe he'll try to attack me there.
We gotta get some juice.
Hey.
All right, I'm good to go. I'm gonna check on the cheese, I guess. Where'd it go? Yeah, cheese will be a while.
All right.
Okay.
You know, I wonder if you just like went AFK in the base for like 8 hours, if you would just get a bunch of Lyak essence, because he would keep spawning.
Probably.
You'd also shit yourself a lot. Oh yeah, there would just be like loads of poop when you come back from the PC.
Ooh, that's awesome. Oh yeah, you probably die from disease and all that stuff. Gotta be a faster way to get up there. It's just like.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you could you could make the plant ropes and have like a rope system going up
Do
or
you have
something.
a bottle?
A bottle?
Yeah.
For what?
I want to bottle the anti-juice.
Just use your teleporter. Might as well.
Yeah, I guess so.
You grab 2 bottles while you're there.
Sure. I'm gonna craft a couple.
I'm gonna kill some monsters in the meantime. XP. Oh yeah, this sprinting attack is OP.
Really
Like
good,
one shot this guy.
almost back. Are you still on the ground floor or second floor?
Almost there.
What the? Oh, that's weird. From far away, you didn't have your armor like rendered. You looked like a normal dude running at me.
Hopefully these Slurpees will just make this a little bit better.
Oh, sorry, what? Hopefully what?
I'm just hopefully the Slurpees will let us actually
yeah.
explore this.
Yeah. Hopefully anti-juice lets us get the suits or something.
Yeah.
Whatever. We gotta find that Slurpees now.
Hopefully the Slurpees will just work well
Oh,
enough.
I froze. Oh, you can better tolerate warm temperatures. That's good.
Oh yeah, so across here is the human-looking building.
Oh, and there's at least one multiple gel over there. I need to try and make a jump with the cube, I think.
Yeah, I think if we go around, that's what I was trying to do before, and I was like almost dead.
Up this way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think I can make this jump. Oh, that's risky. Maybe I'll jump pad here. This will take us straight to it. Going. Boom. Oh yeah, easy, easy. Give me this gel. Whee! Oh. This thing with melee is infuriating.
If you sprint attack them, it's like a one-shot. Kinda crazy.
I don't want to wait. Oh, there's
I mean, we still have the buff.
Yeah, that's true. I see like a climb seat on top of this place. Oh. Let's see. Anything? Oh.
Construction lights? I don't see anything though.
I did see loot. It's up here somewhere. Okay, also these little critters. Have you killed one yet?
No, I don't think I was able. I was trying.
Carapace.
Oh.
Carapace, carbon plating. Okay, so yeah, you just gotta kill them before they run in their holes. Hazard fridge, disc turret. Okay, a lot of
shit.
stuff.
Okay.
Oh.
Look on the ground inside. Huh?
What's that juice? Oh, it's up there.
Oh. Oh, there was a figurine in here.
Oh, nice.
The building.
No! Oh. Almost made it to this juice spot. Let me. Oh, there we go. Interesting. it doesn't turn into like its own item or anything, so I guess it's not for turning in, but the bees though, oh, gel everywhere.
Oh, the juice. Did you bottle it?
I bottled some, yeah.
Okay. Oh, you know what? We should have grabbed the bucket. The bucket holds 2,000 milliliters, yeah.
Nice. Okay, this thing spewed out a bunch of spores. I might want to wear a lab mask. Mushroom carbuncle. Oh, okay. Oh, the little guys, when they hide, they do come back out.
Oh, okay.
So you can just chill there. And they drop 2 therapists.
Oh, hi.
Trying to get up there. Oh. Oh, okay. Anything from the corpse? Oh, he's wearing one of those heat suits, man.
Dude, this sprinting attack is insane. It one-shots everything.
Oh, there's a new plant. Oh, green and light. Oh, okay.
Waiting for it.
Yeah. I think you have to be a little bit far away.
Yeah, I need to try to get more of those guys.
Slushy's still active? Okay, that's good.
It's kind of crazy.
Right now it's just figuring out where we haven't been yet. Let's just water back. I wonder, oh, can we harvest the leaf? What growled? What growled big?
Oh. How much gel do you have right now?
Literally about to ask you. I have 4 right now.
Okay, I've got 8, and I think we have like 5 at base or something. I just want to try to get some more carapace.
Yeah.
I have 6 right now.
Okay, I got 10 carapace. But yeah.
I guess we can always come back here after the portals reset to get
Yeah.
more stuff.
They haven't reset recently either, so probably
Yeah.
soon.
I mean, we could go back home. If you want?
Sure.
I feel like I've kind of
Yeah.
seen most.
There's some nicely hidden ones just tucked
Okay.
away.
I'll keep looking around, see if I could find a bit more.
I mean, we got enough to progress. with
Yeah.
everything else. Oh,
I
sweat.
have to get cool.
Oh, if you go up to the lava, it says molten material. Can we scoop it somehow? I have a cooking pot. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Bottle. Okay, no. That would have been interesting.
Is drinking the juice? I guess it's just for thirst.
Yeah, it was just for thirst as far as I know. Need that for bees.
How do you use this fucking rope, bro?
You're the big growly enemy?
No.
Big and growly. But I haven't seen it yet. I feel like that might be going, hey, there's a boss here. Oh no. Oh no, I bounced weird. Jeez.
I want to go to the top of this, like, island.
I'm trying to get to the top of this side over here too. Yeah, I see you on the opposite side. This side has like a spire as well.
I feel like I should be able to make this.
Oh, okay, it's just regular spore boys making the growling.
Gotcha. I found 3 gels up here.
Nice.
Where was the 3rd gel? I thought there was 3. Oh wait, did I loot all? locations?
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh. There's a portal up here. 14 gel.
Okay. Just gonna do one more attempt to get up here with my bounce pad.
Yeah, there's a portal at the top. You get an achievement for going through it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back home, I think. I got 14 gel, 10 carapace. Not too shabby.
Nice.
We're gonna need a second fridge soon.
Warning.
Oh, your
Biological
bees.
incursion detected. Please alert defense team personnel.
A putrid smell. Hmm.
Oh!
Huh. The hive is angry? Wait, our hive at home?
I'm dead.
No!
It's okay.
Did you get bees? Bead?
I got...
Oh, widow.
Ooh,
Hmm.
what the f... is that?
Well, I got to the top of mine and it didn't have a portal.
All
Weak.
vacant perforations will be
Oh,
resetting.
portal world resources have
3,
reset.
2,
No!
1.
Some did
Reset
not
complete.
reset due to scientific problems. Scientific. I'm out.
You needed a teleport! Rip. That's okay, though.
I left the pad, but... No, it also said recently discovered, so I guess they have a limit to that.
Oh, maybe.
Oh. Oh, oh. What the? Maggots. There's still a whole cave system in that area we didn't explore.
Oh, yes, it's just more materials, I'm sure.
Probably. Surely. Ah! Hmm?
Figurine.
Look at that cheese looking. Phew, not even halfway. All right.
Well, I can make some new soup. Larva
I'm gonna
meat,
craft some
mushroom,
carbon
and salt.
plating. Wait. Oh, the bench isn't powered. It's like 1 per piece of armor. Carapace set is.
Larva meat, mushrooms. Gooey
Oh,
mushroom
don't
soup.
cook the raw alien drumstick.
We have a lot.
Do we? Oh, we don't have Exor arms, do we?
Guess not. Yeah, I think those are only in that one area.
Those are the mages?
No, not the mages. It's like the big green guys, I think. Oh wait, I have 2 Exor arms actually. Wait, I'm in storage.
Oh, that's exactly enough for 2 gauntlets. I might have
Wait,
already
the
made
Carapace gauntlets? Or what are you making?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so... Oh, wait, we have 2 Carapace gauntlets.
Yeah, because I put mine away.
So, helmet and chest. Oh, they have... The chest has heat resistance as well. Yeah, it's like almost double the armor of the heavy armor I'm wearing.
Oh, wow.
I'm making 6 carbon plating. Oh, Tarask helmet. Also, carbon pickaxe. Ooh, that helmet looks cool. But we only have 1 Tarask skull.
Yeah.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures.
Whoa.
Please remain
Database
safe
terminal
and wait for security.
allows you to query and call up items from storage in the vicinity.
Oh. That's useful.
Carbon pickaxe does 85 damage.
Is there anything other new soups I can make that I haven't made?
We can build a bridge.
Carbuncle,
enough for
Pestrum,
vehicles.
Drumstick. Metrio Metally.
Oh.
Atmosphere is contaminated.
Airborne spores.
Air filtration in progress.
Oh. Put your mask on. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what chef's table means, but it's cool. Alright, let's see. What new do we have? We have a hazard fridge. Oh, storing irradiated food. Yeah. Christmas tree. Need 6 hollies. Oh my god.
Oh, I can upgrade the forge pauldrons? Oh.
Disc turret.
Yeah, you can upgrade the full forge set.
Hmm. Did you make the Carapace helmet?
I made a Tarask helmet, but I have my lab mask on right now. Yeah, we can only make 1, so I made it, but we can...
How much armor does it give?
It is 14 and it has +1 cold resist.
Carapace one's 18. Oh, and a...
Yeah.
Oh, the Carapace chest piece gives heat resist.
Let's see.
Need to get more glass. Get the recipe for the chef's. Oh yeah, no, we have that. This thing. but I'm not sure. Like we've only caught a few fish, and I'm not sure about this one. Like what is? I mean, this is it.
Oh, I
Where's
just dashed
the
a bunch
bathroom?
of carbon plating, so
Oh,
if you wanted to use any of that. Put anti-juice in. Okay. I'm just gonna store it, I guess. Bees cannot produce honey without anti-juice nearby.
alright, well, I got 2 pieces of carapace.
Let's see. I think. Yeah, I'm also gonna do 2 pieces. I'm gonna do the chest plate, I think. The only thing is, wait. Does it have
The
resist?
forge?
Oh,
Yeah, the chest does. The gauntlets don't, though.
Yeah. You can upgrade the forge pauldrons, but it's like the ingredients aren't so bad, except it's 8 boxes of screws.
I mean, metal scraps really not that bad to get.
Oh, you can scrap the screws easy. Oh, then yeah.
Okay, that's 15 armor. Heat resist.
Yeah.
I guess I'll hold off.
I wonder if the slushy just carries though.
Yeah, it might, honestly. I don't know where I put my carapace gauntlets, though. Oh, actually, I found them. 59 armor. Huge.
Look at my helmet.
Nice.
But I have to have the hazmat suit on right now. I'm gonna get spored up.
Weird how, why does, like, ogling this not do anything? I don't get it.
Okay. Did you make the thermite explosion thing?
No, not yet.
Okay, I will do that, so we don't accidentally use our mats or something. What did we need gel for? Something else.
There was, you could use it for cooking. And Molotovs, apparently. I'm gonna make 1 Molotov. So we have 10 left.
There was something else. Oh, research pack. I'm gonna make it. Let's see. It might be
Wait,
bigger.
well, okay. Well, we can't. You made the thermite already, or?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, okay.
Didn't I? Yes, I did. This is 30 capacity.
Oh. Okay.
Research pack.
Well, I'm gonna make one of those too.
And it can be eventually upgraded. Reduces radioactive output of inventory items.
Damn, that is a backpack.
Heck yeah.
That's huge, dude.
Big, big, big.
Yeah, we have some of the stuff for the upgrades, but
Mm.
oh, you can make it a cold storage pack. Apparently.
Interesting. Oh yeah, this is nice. Guess I'm gonna keep the forged pauldrons for if we go back in there.
Wait, what did I just do with the pack?
You want to just go blow the wall and then, or actually, you want to call it here?
Yeah, we could call it here. I just... Oh, I left it in the enhancement bench. Right. Yeah, we can blow the wall next time. I don't want to keep people waiting on me, so...
Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna be just sitting there waiting for everybody else. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that was really good. I mean, we got the thermite.
Yeah.
Yeah. This new backpack is gonna be so nice. Like.
That's super nice. Super nice.
Yeah.
6 extra slots.
Yeah, it's so
And
much.
I think maybe we blow that wall. It's like a whole new area after that.
Yeah, I think so. It's gonna be sick.
For days.
Let's check the locations. How many do? Oh my god, dude, there's still so much. Holy crap.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't understand.
So are you just gonna be doing Dark Souls the rest of the day, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Gotcha. I was gonna say, I don't know how long we're doing the co-op for, so like if you wanted to do a bit more later.
I'm finishing up a mod run, and there's not a whole lot left. Just depends on.
All right. Well, I will check by your stream and see how it's going. I guess after we're done. Yeah. I don't know how long we're gonna play, so I'll let you know.
Sure.
All right.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
All right.
Until next time.
Yeah. Talk to you soon. All right. Bye bye.
Hey, buddy.
You have like 13 TVs, but they're all off. Yeah.
Getting a regular but if you're in critical hydrostatic upgrade, you must have that light certified, knowing you're a mere
Since you got the backpack 30 slot, can I tell you about item? Are you talking about the rat guys that can drop the backpack? Is that what you're gonna tell me? Because yeah, I mean, I know they can drop a backpack. I've been killing them every single time that I see them, but they never drop it. I even have the potato. Lobos is doing like Dark Souls 1 Larxus. I don't think he wants to join, but... Let's see, what does this soup do? Some of them have really good effects. You have to net them? That's really stupid. That makes no sense, to be honest. But, okay. That's really, I feel like that's really dumb. Oh shit, it's already 1. Okay. Alright, I gotta go. Let me log off. I wanna keep people waiting on me. Yeah, that's really, that just doesn't make any sense. Like, why do you have to kill them with the net? Why does that, like, make a difference? You know what I mean? I guess the sharp weapons like break the backpack, but then why doesn't that happen with the other backpacks? I guess they're like stronger. Is the special item like? Does the game tell you like how to get it though? All right, chat. I don't know. I've heard this game. I don't know. We're gonna play this game for like an hour. I don't. We'll see what it's like. It seems a little weird to me, but I told Larkus I would play with her. What is this? I don't even know, to be honest. I really got to go to the bathroom, though. And get some water. Let me go join the lobby first, if I can. I have not played the tutorial for this. Nah. I don't want to keep people waiting. Larksa said she invited me. Alright, I really gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. This is a Roblox game. This is a game made by the dev of Choo Choo Charles. It's got mixed reviews on Steam. Apparently because the game has like no content, but yeah, we're gonna try it out, see what it's like. I'm sure it'll be fun for like an hour at least. What's up, gentlemen?
Nice.
Oh, wait, do I have the right mic on?
No, I hear an airplane.
That is an incredible
airplane.
microphone.
Alright, it's
So
fixed.
great. Yeah.
It's fixed.
One sec.
Man, you can like really sprint jump on this.
I don't know who just joined. Is that Lepo?
She's an angel and a devil? Yeah, she's both.
Shit.
What? I'm an angle. I can be your angle or I can be your devil. I hear like giga static.
We hear airplanes.
Wait,
Yeah.
still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might have to restart
Alright,
the game.
yeah, I don't know. I think it should be fixed now.
Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it.
Oh no, my
This
dear
is-
solar chat
this
is
is
salty
better.
balls.
Yeah, salty ball. But this is sounds friend.
You still got the plane noises.
Yeah,
That's
so
not
weird.
good.
Dude's fighting his demons over there.
It's over.
Wait, you can put voice chat mode on toggle maybe?
Why is it so bad?
I don't know.
I think it's because
Ow.
I don't know. What about now? Is that any better?
No.
No. Okay.
No, it's still the same. Oh yeah, Lobos can join too, by the way.
Yeah, he's busy playing someone else, I think.
Ah, okay, okay.
Wow.
Oh, Lapa.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Stop.
I don't know.
Dear.
I mean, I have NVIDIA broadcast on it. Unless NVIDIA broadcast. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like it should be fine though. It's so weird. I don't get it. Like with NVIDIA broadcast, there shouldn't be any.
I got it. I think I can do it too.
Okay.
To demand that.
I think I invited you.
Send invite. Okay, I sent an invite. I might have invited my whole following list. Okay, there.
There we go.
Uh-oh, the tossers.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with my mark? Dude,
But now
it's
it's better, I
fucked.
think. Or...
Yeah.
Now it's
it
fine.
sounds better now.
It sounds okay now.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I set it to
Yeah.
10%
Yeah.
volume.
Oh.
Maybe it's just really gainy in the game for some
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
super weird. Okay.
He's,
I got your
he's
present.
super quiet from me because I have the audio to 1% because Larkstone is super loud.
Oh.
And now I can barely hear this.
What?
Is there no like individual
I hear
player
everyone okay, I think.
voice?
No.
No.
Wow, that's good.
No, it's scuffed.
Wait,
I
your
don't
input
think you
device
can, like-
into mic in Elgato Wave XLR. Like the mic in might be better than the Wavelink stream.
Yeah, I changed it to mic in as well.
Any video games?
Video
Yeah,
game?
yeah, we can
Any
start with
gamers?
sex. I mean, I can
just let
put
me
my
know
mic really quiet if you guys want.
No, I think it's good.
I mean,
Okay.
Maybe it needs
yes,
to be even
you
louder.
all
Can you
sound
double
fine
it?
except this.
Yeah,
Yes.
for me everyone sounds fine.
No.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I can hear just fine.
That's
What
really
if we
weird.
just mute this
Maybe-
and play? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I can turn up my volume a bit more. What about now? Is it
Oh, it's
still...
opposing spray paint, dude. I thought it was your mic.
Oh,
Is-
that was me spraying.
It sounds fine now.
It's still good. Do I sound better? Zero? Scythe?
So what'd you say?
Just using his Xbox 360.
Who the fuck is Zero?
I'm sorry, man. I'm too
Hey,
used
it's funny
to
you
it.
say that, Larkstone, because you called me 0 3 times in 2 minutes.
And you can also change your outfit in the main menu if you want.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any parkour enjoyers?
Okay, you want me to start?
Dude, I can't
You want to
freaking do
start?
this jump. I'm freaking trash.
Yeah, he's so washed.
Actually.
Only uprunner, by
That's
the way.
crazy. Oh fuck.
What the fuck? That's actually hard.
Oh fuck, never mind.
I used to...
Oh, you guys are not seeing this like me.
But hey, does anybody
I
else
don't-
want to
Oh,
share
no.
chat, or are we fine?
Oh dear.
I mean, I'm not streaming, so...
Okay.
My bot's gonna be thanking everyone again, and you're gonna get really weird and really fucking looking chat.
Oh god.
Shit.
It's okay, we already have salty balls.
Yeah, we already have salty balls.
Oh, okay then.
Same.
They can't get
Same.
any worse than that.
Well, that's from gaming all day though.
The method is 14 years old.
I'm hiding.
I'm 28.
What? Since when?
What do you mean?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense why.
And I'm still the youngest of all of you.
No, not that young.
Clever is not the youngest.
I don't get it.
Thank you. Don't give him an ego.
But you though, look at it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my god, okay, I'm
It
offering.
looks so bad. There's no way this is a hard.
Yeah, I don't know. It's super weird though, Joseph, because my default mic is also set to NVIDIA Broadcast. So if it's taking the Windows default, it should still work. Oh, it wasn't set as default for communications. Hold on. I'm gonna rejoin. Hopefully they don't start. Oops.
And everyone sounds like it's sounds fine for you guys, so I guess I'll just have to...
What the fuck? I'm trying to do technical things here.
Alright, does my mic sound better now?
Oh, that sounds
It does.
so good.
Yeah? Actually,
What
though?
did you do?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Never mind.
Oh, wait.
No.
Yeah, sorry, I thought it sounded good.
Oh.
How about,
It sounded good when we were far away.
what about NVIDIA Broadcast?
I have NVIDIA Broadcast on.
Oh, it's not working.
Oh, maybe it's just a game. I guess.
I don't know.
That is weird. Because we have the same mic setup.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I mean, just listen, if we can't hear this, you can just scream, and then Larksta will just tell us what he said, okay? That's all.
Well, I mean, I hear him fine, it's just you.
No, I hear him fine now. It's actually perfect.
Do you have
Oh,
a...
yeah.
Wait, where'd you get
Smoking
the
pot in the
joints?
game?
What the fuck?
That's crazy.
Can I
What
have
the fuck?
But I couldn't.
Okay, I'm starting.
You want some?
It was that
Oh,
you
wait,
caught?
no.
How do I
Zion's
drop
press G.
Toto.
Zion's
wait.
press G now.
I have
Oh
the
my-
weed.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm hitting that shit. It's about to go down. Bust that shit.
3, 2, 1.
Prison security grid has been raised. All inhabitants, subdue the cannons. Let's not escape.
Yeah. Well,
I got donuts.
Why are they chasing us? They didn't do anything
is
yet.
prison this nice?
Dude, kill the guards.
I have
There's
no
like a
weapon.
Norwegian prison.
I kill him with a spoon.
Yeah.
Norwegian prison.
Oh, I found weed!
Wait, I want some.
Nice. I'm popping.
They're so tanky.
Instead of smoking, help.
Oh, I got the fist
dead. I'm dead.
Oh shit! I think I killed this by mistake.
No! I got
Can
a
you
ski,
get me?
I got a ski, I got a ski.
Killed this.
Oh yeah, can we get him up there?
I think you just get up on your own.
Yeah.
Wait,
Like after a
I have his
little
ID
while.
card, and wait, there's the other guy here. Help.
Oh
Get
shit.
him.
Help.
Kill him.
Everyone's voices are like distorted because I'm so high.
Hi, Apollo! Kill him!
Oh.
Ah, nice, I got it. Okay, I got the key. And go. Nice, I was without an ID card.
Oh, your eyes are full.
Oh my god,
I'm really high right now.
Bro, your eyes are so red.
Blood red! Oh my god, okay.
Oh, I'm grabbing all of it. There more in here?
Okay, nice. What do you do with the donuts? Come here. Yeah. You can do red key
Airstrike.
A red key card. Wait, which one?
Can I play the banjo? I probably should have played the tutorial. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, we need to go through the facility.
We have to go do some
We need
shit, I
an
guess. I don't
orange
know.
key.
Oh my god, this is so weird.
Yo, I just
This is
wall
so
clipped.
fucked.
Yeah, this way.
Sneak?
I have one too.
Oh my
I
god,
mean,
Wait,
we
one
can't
more
anyway,
person
just-
with a key card.
I don't got no key card.
I need key cards.
Ah, we need one more then.
I have a green card,
finally,
a
almost
handcuff
normal
key,
voices.
ID. We're about to get
I'm
nuked.
paying.
I just slipped on some, I don't know, alien cum or something? I don't know.
What?
What the fuck?
What is this?
It's soap.
Oh, I can only buy one? What? It's fucking stuck! Pills. I can buy weed. What do these do? Oh, they heal you. More soap. Oh, that's a donut. I'm in my own game. I'm just vibing, you know? I'm coming to help the team. Wait, where are they going? How'd they get down there? Oh god, guys, no. Oh, hey.
Hello.
Come here, Des, come here.
Okay. Let's send it!
I slipped on the
nothing.
alien Kuma.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, who
it's
just
super
came?
slippery.
Oh my god, I keep slipping on the Kuma!
Someone
Okay.
pick up the ID guy.
Okay, we do it.
Use OP.
Okay,
No, just
nice, it's
hold.
open. Dude, I keep
Do it.
slipping on the fucking Kuma!
Yeah, oh my god.
It's open for you guys?
Yeah, oh dude, that
It's
Apollo
closed
is
for me.
stuck! Wait, yeah, I'll open it for you, Apollo. Wait, here.
Okay, thank you.
Slipping on a load. Oh my god.
Oh, there's a Ooh! Gun.
Holy shit, a baton, pipe bombs.
There.
Maxin.
Woo, sheesh, the pose.
Ooh, goodness.
Oh, the armory.
Yeah.
Why is this guy here?
Panic button.
No! What did this?
Oopsie.
I blasted him.
Oh,
What
oh
the
my
fuck?
god.
Hold on, I have a key for you.
Oh shit.
I got you, bro.
Oh no.
I totally wasn't the person who put those handcuffs on you. That totally wasn't
That's
me.
so fucked up. That's so messed up.
I need to
Who
hold
would do
these,
that
do
to
you?
someone else?
The garage door's open now. No? Can
Okay.
somebody push this with me?
Yeah.
The switch here? 3, 2,
I'm pushing
1,
it. We need 3
go.
people pushing at the same time.
Oh yeah, you have to do it at the same time.
Okay, I think it's done, right?
Okay, somebody else give me
Put the
the
joint down.
Huh?
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I have to
Somebody give us a
hold.
da-
I have to hold.
Oh
My
yeah.
bad.
Can somebody give us a countdown? Somebody
You
else?
have to hold. You have to hold.
Okay.
I'm holding.
I'll cut you guys
I'm
down.
holding.
I'm using the
3,
intercom, I
wait,
think,
what's the
right?
count?
Yeah.
Now?
No, just hold.
I don't understand.
Hold it.
3, 2, 1, hold!
Yeah, you-
Fucking hell!
You just hold.
It's open. It's open. It's open.
No, it's not.
Did you get out?
Locked. Somebody get the third switch, God!
Laxa was on the switch.
Alright, it's done now. It's done now, right?
Oh, no.
We need 3
Okay.
people to hold it.
What is happening?
Wait, what?
What did we open?
Oh my good lord.
I mean, I think
Alright,
it
it's
is
open now. The
Yeah.
the garage.
Yeah, it must be.
That's
yeah.
not open anymore.
Do we have to hold it for them, or is it just already open?
Yeah. Oh, they're in. There.
That's so messed
Thank
up.
you.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Science, come here. Science, it's open. Come here. Okay, where is?
Okay, where are we going?
Can you guys hear Apollo?
This, yeah.
Hello?
What? I can't hear her.
You don't hear me?
Low.
Oh my god.
Ah, shit.
Okay,
Look
I
at
have
me.
a... There's a shop over there.
Are we going?
Supply drop. Yeah, let's go up east. I was trying to kill this guard here. This fucking guard. Okay. Oh yeah, supply drop. I see it. Wait, is
Wait
it?
for me!
Yes. Wait, there's one by still. What the fuck?
I think they died.
Yeah, they
I
died.
think he died.
There's Reed sickens me.
Yeah, they
Whoa, they're greed. Whoa. No, I come back, but Apollo was also on the chopper.
Wait, but there's no way to escape. There's like
so scary.
Okay,
Oh, what
thing,
the-
ow. Apollo
raft,
doesn't fucking
guys.
flying.
down here. We can make a raft.
Yeah, we're out.
Who's shooting at me?
I've got your
Oh,
shovel leopard.
Wait, why are we going out here?
Ready, planks?
Oh,
There's
here.
planks?
What is happening in this game? Green key.
I got this. -1. Oh. The snipers are dead, guys. Snipers are dead.
Does anyone have an orange key?
I do.
Wait, actually?
Where do you put the orange? Oh, orange. No, sorry, I don't know my colors.
Apollo is busted. Larksa is busted.
That good?
Oh, damn. They fucking ditched us.
Yeah, I think they took a boat.
Fucking rats. What? Who's rats?
Hey, this is Minecraft.
Larks and Apollo. They ditched us.
Oh my god!
I think fuck you guys. Oh, they're look, they're flying up there. They're dead.
Oh.
The riot team.
Wait, dude, is that what happened to me when I got on the chopper?
All I can hear Apollo now. Look at the fucking.
Oh.
Your drone.
Worst teammates.
Yeah, we escaped on the raft. We thought you guys were gone. We didn't see you guys.
Yeah.
But it said you busted.
Yeah.
Doesn't that mean that you got caught?
No, busted
It
is
said
when
you
you
got
escape.
busted.
Yeah, we escaped.
Duh.
I don't know. That's what I got on the tutorial. If you escape, it says busted.
Ditched us.
I have a gas can, so if you find something, I can put some gas.
They didn't see you.
And I don't know.
But you didn't see us. It's just it says our names.
Oh, here. There will be a ship somewhere.
The riot
There's
team.
3 escape routes. The chopper, the raft, and the boat.
Oh, the boat.
Yeah, so you have to look for the boat.
Wait, where's Lappa?
Yeah,
Wait.
where's Lappa? Oh, here's the boat. Here.
Someone has to kill this guy. He's gonna kill us, dude. I don't have a
Lappa
weapon.
has the gun.
Do we have a key? Oh yeah. I'll get him. I got a dumbbell.
Okay, I have a gas can. I'm gonna put some in the raft.
Holy violence.
Well, you know, sometimes things have to be done.
Get it. There's only one place. There's one spot. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Fuck is this count?
Dude, we left his ass, dude. Just every man for himself, bro.
We escaped.
Busted equals escaped, yes.
I have the worst teammates. I don't even know what happened. You guys. So
What is this fever dream kind of game? Yeah, it's a weird one. I don't think we're gonna be playing it for too long, but
the next time.
well, hey, we made it.
I'm fucking gone.
Listen, dude. Listen. The boat had 2 chairs. We can't
Suck
fit you on
my
there. I'm
ass.
sorry. It's just like Titanic, bro. Jack and
God.
Rose couldn't fit on that raft. It was only Rose. All right, you were Rose.
No.
we were
You're
Rose and you were
capping.
Jack.
Nah, you're mad capping, like, that's crazy.
On my
We could do
life,
one
dude, on my mother's
and then
life,
change game.
boat only had 2 chairs.
Yeah, let's do it.
Nah, I don't believe
Sorry?
you. You guys are eaky crazy.
I mean, did Lep also make it out? Thanks for the raid.
I think Leopard died.
No. Thanks for the raid.
Wait, did
Fish.
Lappa escape?
Yes,
I
yes,
think
I got
everyone
out.
except for Salad.
Nice. Wait, I don't believe you.
I got fucking ditched.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could play one more
Twice.
and then switch game because it's like just the same map.
Oh, is it the same one? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go!
What?
Game, and you tell me what map?
I paid $200.
Well, I paid 300 actually because I bought the game for 200.
I torrented it.
Whoa!
Damn.
Whoa! Whoa!
last games.
Did he just admit to committing a crime, dude?
Let's see.
Bro, the
You guys
parkour is
commit
cooked
crimes?
on this.
Fucked
It's not a crime. I'm just borrowing it.
Yeah, do you want to store it?
Yeah, start again.
Okay, let's
I'm fucking leaving this time.
Let's go.
Pipe bomb.
Okay, all
Yeah,
together.
for sure.
No,
For
no,
sure.
no,
For sure.
no,
This
no.
is
All together.
This is
No
a
one
team
gets
game.
left behind.
On the
We leave no
helicopter,
person
all of
behind.
us.
Yeah.
I'm excited to do some repo. They're coming out with a new update that's adding new monsters and like new valuables and stuff, and they've updated some of the older maps, so it sounds cool.
This time, what's the point, dude?
Yeah, left behind except salads. Yeah.
I think it's releasing on like Halloween, right?
I got money so I can buy some stuff from the vending machine, but it doesn't even have it.
What's going on, this?
Just grabbing some soap. I wouldn't go in there.
How do we even find
Yeah,
the key
please
card?
save me. I'm trying to buy stuff from the vending machine, but this guy's okay. Oh.
I think things can be in the
You're
cakes.
stuck under him.
Oh, I got a green key.
I got a blue.
Anybody?
Nice. I got an orange
I have
key
two key
and a
cards.
green key.
Wait, I have two
Okay.
blue ones.
I got some
Wait,
weed.
give me a
Wait,
key
it
card.
got stuck in the vending
Yeah.
machine. Look at this shit.
There's one underneath you.
Okay. Hold on, I'm recuperating. Okay.
Alright.
Wait, it's 3 dead dudes. We can get the. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's send it.
It's the weird ass purple Kuma.
Open up.
Okay.
I have a green and a blue card.
Nice. Okay, there's one here.
I can use it against this door,
Yeah,
but I'm
do
trying
it.
to see if it's worth going in here.
Surely it's worth it.
Oh, here.
worth
Oh,
using
we can
it,
say that.
just-
Oh, for the base.
Yeah.
It was a water thing for the
shit,
base.
sorry. Ah, we need it for the base.
Yeah.
We need the water coolers and the
More water coolers.
yeah.
A lightning storm.
Yo.
Ah!
It's so silly when you can't get up there.
Thank God.
The release papers? What the hell? I don't know.
Release papers. Maybe, yeah, maybe in the
Panic
trash. Beer. Oh, beer. I love beer.
Where's the release papers?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
A folding cup.
I don't know.
What happened?
I don't know.
I'll suck you.
So you fucked up.
Who put you in handcuffs?
I don't know. Why didn't you release me?
I was looking for the keys.
Oh, so many bullets in here.
What? I thought you killed me, dude. Stop coming on me, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, you are such a loot guy. Oh my god, it's like Dread Hunger all over. Oh my god, he's
so
taking
much
everything.
ammo. 20 ammo.
Doing?
He just took 20 bullets for himself, dude.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I got a lot of ammo.
I think Lepa is
How
stuck.
do we get in here? Oh, you got an ID card. Lepa?
Yeah.
Salad?
Yeah, he's stuck. You have to save him. Yeah, the middle of Lepa.
Well, outside.
What is it?
Blasted.
Oh, I think you need to install it somewhere. Oh, you know, if you come over here, we can do something here. You know, we were the ones left behind last time, so it's their time this time.
I have an orange key.
I got a blood kit.
Can we build a raft? Oh, there's the raft. Look at all these nerds still inside the building. Is it games done quick? Oh, we had an orange key. I don't have enough planks. Is it 10, you think? Oh, there we go. Am I trying to leave them? Not necessarily. Maybe I'll go take the helicopter.
Wait,
What's
did it not
up?
shoot down the helicopter?
I built the raft. It's ready.
On the helicopter, because they will shoot.
What? Can we all fit on the raft?
Hello.
I don't know.
Yo!
Can we just take this?
Yeah.
Don't we have to like disable the... Alright, I guess we're leaving. Why can't I hear anybody? We'll get Larks then. We all made it. It's weird that you can't hear each other when you're in this thing. Or maybe they can only hear me, because I'm like the captain. Where do we go?
Bust.
What the fuck?
Wow!
Who did it?
Look at that. I actually shot the gas can, but I shot it at the end.
Post charity, oh my god.
Dude, you're an escape artist.
The escape artist is my game.
Yeah.
There's no way that this is the game you're good at. That's crazy.
Yeah,
There's
we
no way
found
this
it.
is a game.
Yeah, I know it's sad it's
My
only
new
one
favorite
map.
game, I love it.
Do you guys want to play the Backrooms one, where one is like the monster? Or Repo or whatever? Or, wait, no, not Repo.
I'm okay with anything, but I would prefer Lockdown Protocol.
Yeah, I mean, we
But
could
how
do...
about
He just wants to play 3D Among Us.
No, because I played the Backrooms one. I did one game of it, and it was really sloppy.
We could do Murky
That
Divers.
was sloppy. Yeah, but what if we like sloppy?
We could do Murky. I'm down
It
with
was
that.
like there was like one guy running around, and he was just like destroying everyone's ears, just yelling
Wait,
super
which
loud.
one?
I had to.
What are you down for?
Isn't that just Larksa?
Oh, is that me?
No, we're talking about a different game. Can I have a puff of that, please?
Sure. Big sloppy enjoyers, I don't know, tell you.
Alright, well, what game do you guys want to play? Oh my god!
If you pop it up, everyone's voices get distorted.
That was pretty funny.
That's finished Sisu right there.
Yeah.
Man,
Just take it easy.
I did literally nothing in that round, by the way. I fell into the sewers like 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever. I would prefer Lockdown, but I'm fine with whatever. As I said, like, I'm just happy to be here.
Zeit yearns for 3D Among Us.
We can do lockdown.
Wait, everyone sounds so
Oh.
high pitched now.
Wait, what happened to me?
Sorry,
Beep, beep,
low
boop, boop.
pitched. It's like I
Oh, shit.
love Among Us. That's what the fuck just happened? Wait, someone just blew a hole in this wall.
Geek.
Do you guys not see a hole in this wall?
No, it's just...
I
It's
killed
just
your
a
make
wall.
one.
Dude, it's because you're high! Drop the joints!
Yeah, dude, this shit is making
Drop
me feel
it.
stuff.
Yeah, there's literally nothing there.
No drugs.
No, I want to smoke my weed.
Drop
Get away
it.
from me.
Say no to drugs, fellas.
First of all, you stole
It's not
mine.
good for you.
Alright, hang on. I can solve this.
Okay, I can do the lockdown
Okay, so what are
protocol
you
lobby
playing?
you guys want. I think lockdown
Sure.
protocol.
Sure.
You can do whatever.
Are we enough for lockdown protocol?
Okay.
Touch me.
Should be.
God damn, give me back my weed.
Okay. 1 sec.
There's more than one suck
Dude,
person.
you sound so funny.
I don't want to be the one.
Let's go, man.
You all sound. You all sound so low pitched. Like it's like dude, there's another weed here. Look at that. Look.
Do not try this
Okay.
at home.
I'll make the lockdown lobby. We can do like a few games. What the fuck?
Okay.
I'm getting my ass beat. I mean, if we don't like that the lockdown thing, we just play fucking Murky Divers, innit? Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I'm down for whatever. That's just what I preferred. We played it once,
I just hope
before,
lockdown
like, last
is.
year. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, I just hope it's changed because when somebody gets a gun early in that game, it's like kind of cringe.
Oh yeah, that sucked.
Yeah. Just I remember it wasn't even the gun. It was like the.
I've never
the
played
knife
it.
Was
Well, the
so
knife
OP.
or,
you
like,
get a knife and you just like shank everyone like
Yeah.
it's London. And
I remember
just kill everyone.
we had one game where like somebody got a shotty with like 3 bullets, killed like 3 people, and then we were just sitting there for like
You got a
15
shovel?
minutes.
Yeah, I remember that. Just
Yeah.
I guess get right.
I did see them that I did a lot of the this stuff. Like there's been a lot of patches, so
Yeah, hopefully they made it better. I feel like I remember reading a patch note
Yeah,
or something
hopefully.
about it.
Oh shit, another blunt. It's so.
All right. That game was scuffed. That game was kind of mid. To be honest. The game just had like it's so easy. and yeah, I don't know. The game's so easy. Seems like he just wanted cash. Yeah. I don't know. CUFFBUST is worth like $3. I feel like, like there's nothing to it. It's so easy to escape. Dude, what is my mouse sensitivity? Holy shit. Dude, is this... Are you fucking serious, bruh? This is max sensitivity? This is me doing my entire mouse across the mouse pad, by the way. This is all of the... Like, no fucking way, bro. I gotta set my DPI to like 5,000 for this game. Are these guys fucking crazy? Bruh, what? Are you serious? And now it's like, dude, what is wrong with this game? Oh, okay. No, it's... Bruh. I gotta set my DPI to 4,000. It's like lagging my game when I change my DPI. Click on inputs. Okay. Okay. I already did. Dude, I already like. Can I just skip this tutorial or like join Larksa? I played this game before, although, well, I don't really remember exactly how to play it.
Test.
Oh, you look like a melon. That's what you look.
Maybe my mic will actually work in this fucking game.
Wait, where do I change my clothes? This is so different from last time.
Does my mic work in this game?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, you sound fine.
Yeah, it's
your
not
mic,
fucked.
mic works really... Yeah, this one would, sounds good.
Oh, it's the
But, like,
fucking
where do
Vine
you change your
boom.
clothes?
It's the Vine boom. Oh,
This
no.
fucking game.
How do I'm gonna change my clothes.
Yeah, I want to change my clothes too. I can't find it.
Oh yeah, you fucking die when you run out of stamina.
Hello?
Hello?
Holy guys, cringe.
Where do you change clothes? Yeah.
What's that?
On the computer?
Hey, Larsa! You
What?
can change your appearance by pressing escape.
Yeah?
Okay.
Press on the profile.
Oh.
Oh! Oh, so many. Oh, I look so
Oh my
angry.
god, what the fuck?
Why do I look so angry?
Get angry.
Can you trade colors? I'm used to being the red sussy guy.
You're super quiet. Can you turn people up and down on this?
You can't even change your face. Oh, you can. I got it.
I think you... No.
Cringe.
This looks kind of scary.
A second game where we can't adjust
Dude,
audio.
Imagine making a multiplayer game where you can adjust people's audio. It's fucking
You're still quiet. I don't
unbelievable.
know.
Ain't no way.
I'm quiet?
What a bunch of baloney.
I can't even see my hair.
Hazel.
Well, at least you can toggle me to press B.
Toggle mute?
Why is there only four?
Is it toggle though? Oh, toggle voice. There is... That is nice, at least.
How do I help now?
Can you give me the red guy? Because I'm used to being the sussy guy. The red sussy guy.
You know, this fucking guy. I can't.
Alright, thanks.
Where do you
I'm
even
fucking
find
sick of
suit
this
color?
treatment.
You have only your site. Everyone gets like assigned one when they join, I think.
We got some
you can
huge
change
eyelashes.
it?
That's crazy.
Damn. Okay.
I gotta find a sussy looking guy. Hang on.
No, we're not doing share chat because if one is the imposter, it's important not to know.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. So we can't do share chat.
Yeah,
because-
so I think all of us played this except Salad and Lipa.
Where's Lopa? Is he not joining?
Oh yeah, we gotta get out of fucking shared chat.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I don't have him on my Steam list, so you might have to invite him, Alexa.
Ah, okay.
Nah, screw Leffa.
shared chat.
Okay.
Bye
now,
everyone.
little shared chat.
Oh, here, Lopa. Invite to game.
Guys, make sure you
Okay.
follow your Polo since I'm not there.
Cosmetics or DLC? Yep, apparently so.
Wow!
Yeah, I love spending extra money on cosmetics.
No problem.
This game.
I was just it's voice activation. It pushed to mute. Okay.
Whoa!
Yeah, if you press T, you mute
Holy
yourself.
pink.
Yeah. And
Damn.
so the only thing you need to know about mechanics is that if you exhaust your stamina bar, you die.
Also, when you die, it plays Among Us. Not Among Us. It plays Vine Boot. Yeah, there it is.
Oh yeah.
Cringe.
So when you're chased by the killer, I guess don't forget to like not run all the time, because then you're just gonna kill yourself by accident.
You just fall over as well.
Okay. Okay. And you get like tasks, you press Q, when the game starts, you get tasks.
Also, the
Wait, which one
tasks
is
are
Lepa?
like
I can't see.
Lepa is Browski, Palowski.
Okay.
The white one.
Spike! Sorry, I can't
We
say it
call them
until
finished,
35.
but yeah.
I don't know why you're Rowski, you're just Browski.
Yeah, when the game
Whoa.
starts, you'll get like tasks, so you press Q.
But I was Lepa before, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Why
no. When you
Oh, you're rusty.
when you
Yeah,
joined
when you
the first time, you were Rowski, yeah.
Then you left and rejoined, and you were Lepa again.
Yeah, why am I
Yeah.
Rowski now? It doesn't make sense.
I don't fucking know.
I don't know, man.
What's rusty mean?
You're the one who's Rowski.
Okay, I'm
I thought
ready.
just
How do I work it
I'm
out?
ready.
I'm ready.
Oh yeah, Zyph, make sure you put the game like the.
This game is
settings and
never
how many
gonna
rounds,
release.
Yada yada yada.
Wait, hang on, wait.
Dude, I
Make
swear,
it
we played this
easy
game
for
like
the
2
first
years ago.
round.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know how to do that.
I wonder if it's even
Wait,
changed.
Lepa isn't here again. Hang on, Lepa's
Where
not
did
here.
Ralph go?
Okay, no worries.
In the meanwhile, buy our bullshit.
Yeah, we gotta wait for
Just make that shit like easy for now.
Yeah, I have it set to beginner.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Do I have to?
Yeah, I have to
Where's
reinvite
Ralph?
Lepa.
soft skin.
I have to reinvite Zadowski, 1 sec.
Yeah.
La Epa. Oh,
Guys,
La
cringe.
Epa invite to game. Okay.
Can I help you? I'm busy.
No, I'm alright, Jesus. You know, you tried to be nice and it's fucking crazy.
Point.
Among Us.
Dude, Star Citizen is
My
disgusting.
name is Lepa. What the fuck?
It's okay!
It's not okay.
Why is it saying
the game,
he's
don't worry about
Rowski?
it.
This fucking game is dead naming me, man.
Oh shit, we have to cancel it.
Point at him and
No,
laugh.
no.
Point at him and laugh.
Shut up, Zero.
Whoa, that's too far! Oh my god, I can't
Get him out. Get him out. You're gone.
You're gone.
Oh.
This is ridiculous. Why
I'm gonna go stand over here. It's too loud. I'm the guy at the party hiding in the fucking corner, petting the dog.
Oh, I see. Skibbies.
Okay. Rousey, you have beautiful eyes. I mean, if you really want, you can call me Snake Fan 50. That's my old name. I want to try to call me Yo.
Cringe.
You can call me Sniper of Legend.
Oh my god. Okay, I actually my first username was XX.
Are we ready? Are we starting? Wait, what's going on?
My first name was Sniper of Legend on the Xbox 360.
I'll just call you Lorax. That's how it feels.
Name XX Leslie or XX.
Of course you fucking did. Of course you did.
That's really toxic.
you
Yeah, my
still
YouTube
silver
channel
when
used to
you
be
did it?
SHXRM.
Was Noob Player a silver player?
I wish there was like more, like walk around more here. Loserford, isn't that like a streamer or something? Sardoche. Oh wait, that I know Sardoche. Hmm.
Rouse?
What is going on with Lepa? Is he still trying to fix his name or some shit?
Yeah.
Why does he care so much?
Because Rouse, he doesn't like his old name. It's like if you call Dice.
All right, Rowski, we're starting the fucking game, buddy.
Yeah, we're starting the game, please.
What the fuck?
You are Rowski. I don't care.
Okay, ready?
Ready up. Okay, let's go. Ready?
Play.
Rousey, ready up.
Yeah.
He's gonna put. Okay, so first things first, I just want to say I'm an employee, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't even remember. Okay, zero's red. How do you play this game again?
Well, some people in this let me know, but if you don't.
Wow. Okay.
And-
I thought it was
I remember one of the mini games in this game is like fucked as hell. This is basically like 3D Among Us, but one of the mini games is horrible. Oh my god, I'm hurting myself. I don't even remember. Wait, how do you... Oh, yeah, use the stamina when you... Wait, how do I... Wait, can I don't remember the controls, man! Should have played the freaking tutorial. Can't you, like, store an item or something? Primary E... Oh yeah, you can have, like, 2 items. I think. Surrender... Talk... Yeah, primary, secondary... Oh yeah, the task tells you what to do. Vents. You gotta like repair vents or something. Right plus left to drop. Let's see. Oh god. Wait, are they doing this puzzle? Oh. No. So...
Oh, scrolling your mouse mutes your mic. What the fuck?
Yeah. Can I throw stuff?
So weird. How do you throw stuff?
I don't know if you can. Oh wait, right and then left click.
How did I put stuff in your bag? I forgot.
What?
Just stabbed you cold up! What? He just killed himself by running!
Like who else?
Yeah, he killed him by running.
He just running in, screaming someone's a murderer and just drop.
Yeah, he was saying he's a murderer.
How do you? Okay, hang on.
Dude, we asked Ella to play like multiple times. All right, I'm gonna go shank somebody.
Oops.
There you are.
What the fuck? How do you take stuff out of your bag? I forgot.
E,
Dude, Among Us.
I think.
Oh, E. Okay, thank you. Dude, I keep dropping my...
Oh.
What's that?
You know what this is?
Is that
This is
C4?
C4, buddy.
Oh god.
Yeah.
What?
Anyone else have guns?
Oh wait, this is the gun. There's a gun room. Maybe you can't get guns at the start
sick.
anymore.
Yeah, you have to find the key card
We
now.
all have vents.
Oh, we all have guns.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, so am I the only? Am I the only?
Same vents. We all have the same.
Am I the only imposter chat? I thought there's two. Is it just one? I guess so, because I would know otherwise.
I don't know where it is. How do you drop stuff?
You can press right click and then like left click to throw it. I guess.
Yeah, or open your map.
The vent is in here, but I don't know how to fix it. I took this out. I'm assuming you need to replace it. But
Yeah, so this you basically...
I don't even have a screwdriver.
Cleaner. Like you go to the cleaning section.
Oh god. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning, dude. I need some like coffee or something. Oh, somebody's playing music in there. Where is everyone?
Hi.
Yo. Do you know where extra screwdrivers are?
Literally no clue. I think I just buy them on the floor. Like they're just laying around.
Oh, okay. Wait, what? Did we run out of time?
Okay.
Wait, what happened?
Lappa, don't run! You're gonna die and run out of stairs!
Oh, it's just one task. Oh, I see.
Oh wait, I think we played the game before Lepo was here. Yeah, Lepo. So yeah, your stamina is kind of your HP if you run.
I messed up, chat.
No way. You just kill yourself. Yeah.
I messed up. I needed to start killing sooner. I didn't realize it was only one task. Everybody was like close to each other. I felt like I couldn't kill anyone.
I just did. You got mad.
Man, I'm so fucking tilted about this name right now. It doesn't make any sense.
There's only one imposter, by the way. I was imposter last match, but I didn't even realize the match ended so fast.
I think maybe it's because
I don't know if two's better. But
It's up to beginner, yeah.
I think it's because because we're 6 people. I think that's why.
Well, we're professionals anyway.
No,
so it's fine, you know?
you can change it manually. You can make custom lobby.
Oh, okay. Do you want to make it 2?
Yeah. We'll do this round and then.
good luck whoever's imposter, cause that's tough. You gotta go murder hobo.
So we're gonna do. I don't care about the vent star.
Oh wait, there's so many more tasks now. The last one was one task, now there's like a million. Wait, did somebody change the difficulty? Cause this is definitely.
I think
this is too much.
No, this is fine. Yeah, I gotta clean.
I feel like the faster rounds are better, kind of. Access card.
Ah!
Hi.
Okay. Package.
We have so many tasks that we need to do now.
Yeah, I told Zed to tune them down next time.
Yeah.
Luckily the delivery is fast. Get pizza.
Hello, Bat. What's up?
I feel like if I haven't heard Apollo by now, she's more than likely dead.
Wait, where's my screwdriver gone? Fuck!
Yeah, I don't even have a screwdriver. Where's this access card? Pizza? What's up? You looking a little sussy over there.
Come in here. Come in here.
Lepa's looking a little sus. He's hiding in that room with a screwdriver. The armory room? You think so? That would be crazy. Berry can. I don't think there's actually a gun here. Give me.
I'm kind of scared. I haven't seen anyone in a while. What were you doing? Why are you? No! Whoa!
All right, wait, how do we do these computers? Wait, where am I? There's a computer here. Oh, yeah. Oh, they already did this one. Oh, shit! It's zero! It's zero! Guys, it's zero!
I was an imposter. Why did you kill your fellow imposter?
Apollo on her own. It's so over.
Okay, first of all, it's Zyte.
Yeah.
And second, what were you saying?
I was an imposter. Why did you kill me?
Oh, you were an imposter?
Yeah, we were both imposters.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, we were both imposters. Yeah, we both had the red glowy above our head. We were both imposters.
It didn't say anything on the top.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, Apollo's cooked. I mean, it might be better just to restart the lobby at this point. Should we just restart the lobby? You think?
Yeah, one imposter and less tasks.
I mean, Apollo, we're just gonna run out of time, I reckon.
Yeah,
no idea.
I mean, she's a genius, bro. Just let her work her magic, bro.
Yeah, she just needs to do 6 deliveries.
6 deliveries and yeah.
She has no idea she's alone.
Yeah, but this is funny because she's like scared. She's like alone. She doesn't know anything. Yeah. Also, they didn't nerf the knife. It's still fucking OP as shit.
Yeah, I mean, at least the knife is like melee. Like, you still have to melee though. you know?
I mean, yeah, but I just walked up from behind everyone and just stabbed them twice, and they just died.
Yeah.
You were the only one who reacted fast enough to run away.
I mean, it's better than the gun, at least. The gun, like, one-shotting
Yeah,
sucks. But, yeah, knife is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty okay.
I opened this room over here, by the way, but there's not actually guns. Like, I thought maybe you could get guns off this wall, but you can't.
Oh, it's aesthetic?
Mm-hmm.
Lame.
Yeah, I found the access card.
This game sucks.
Yeah.
So how did you get in? How did you get in? I thought you needed like a code or something.
I just used the card. I just put it in the door. The key.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it would be cool if there was like an inventory, like Dread Hunger, you know?
Yeah,
like,
I thought it was like Dread Hunger. Yeah, something like that. I thought I got lucky finding the card, but I don't know.
True love jet pack game. Yeah.
Dread Hunger was a lot of fun, honestly. That game made me so stressed when I was like, the thing is, the games are so long in Dread Hunger that when you're the imposter, it's really stressful. Cause like if you out yourself early in Dread Hunger, it can end really badly. Dread Hunger was like actually a really fun game though. Yeah, I mean, we could potentially do get a Dread Hunger lobby going again. I think you can like host servers.
Done, I did them.
What do you mean stressful? Well, like when you're imposter, you need to, you know, lie to your teammates and like you also, I mean, it's stressful because you don't want to get caught. Yeah, that was my strat a lot of the time when I got imposter. I would just like fuck off and build a million totems. It's not as fun though. Honestly though, I think the dumbest thing in Dread Hunger was that you could sabotage like you could sabotage the engine. And yeah, that was just like really annoying when that would happen. You could put like something in the engine to make it explode, but it would get like stuck in the engine and there's no way to like get rid of it. Yeah, you could put like explosives in the engine and then basically right when like the ship starts, the explosives go into the engine and then you're just cooked. Like it'll just blow up no matter what. There's no way to like remove the explosive once it goes in.
I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm just keeping you company, bro.
No, I knew you were a fucking filthy bot.
Over here.
Over here.
Well, it does. So like okay, so like the thing is, as imposter in Dread.
This is so stupid. I don't get it.
Hold on, let me.
What happened?
Right?
As I'm going over here. As imposter in Dread Hunger, you could basically like the strat was you would get one coal and then you would have the explosives on you, and you would start the engine. You would start you would start the engine with one coal or like a piece of wood, and you would put the explosives in at the same time. And because the engine starts, the explosives would get like loaded into the engine. So the next time somebody drives it, it'll explode. So a lot of the time you could like start the boat for a second, put the explosive in, and then, you know, a few minutes later somebody comes in and puts all the coal in, and then it just blows up. So it's like every time you need Yeah, it was just, I don't know. It was kind of a toxic strat.
Yeah, I mean, that's classic of him to say that he didn't get invited. He does get invited.
That's crazy.
What the fuck is this gaslighting?
I even messaged Mika in her chat yesterday as well.
That's crazy.
Do we want to...
No wonder we're having fun.
Do we want to play more, or do we want to do Murky? What are we thinking?
Can try one
I wanna
more,
do-
I guess.
Yeah, maybe you should
Yeah.
do Murky.
I mean, whatever.
This,
MVP.
I mean, I know this doesn't... oh my god, Lappa died again.
I don't think I can disable the one in medical Larksa.
Oh, that's okay. Wait, let's do one more round of lockdown so I can show Apollo how progress the game. and then let's play Murky after. Yeah.
Nobody else
Sure.
is blinking. That's kind of weird.
No, I will show you. Don't worry, I'll show you the secrets.
Okay.
You guys are like
Yeah, yeah.
aliens or some shit, because none of y'all are blinking. That's
Okay,
really
Rusty,
weird.
calm down.
Yeah, but what the hell?
Shut up, Demented.
Who's saying impossible?
Whoa, well, only Lobster can call me demented.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens when you get on my backside.
No!
Get your finger out of my face.
Okay. Okay, here. Apollo, come here. Okay, press Q.
I miss Dread Hunger, man.
I want to apologize for my early language.
Yeah, so I played it on my birthday. You can still play it.
Yeah, you gotta
have to,
like host a
use,
server, right?
No. I downloaded like some kind of mod and it worked. We played actually. It was fine. It was like just slightly laggy, but it was fine. So
Okay.
we actually can play it again.
It'd be fun to play again. I miss it.
Yeah, I think you were far away. I was trying to tell you that when I was looking at the settings, there was an option for the gun, where
Oh, you can like
make
turn it
only
on.
Yeah, I made it spawn only in crates, so it's like limited. And then I think
Oh, okay.
I have the knives limited as well, like only 2, because the knife is really strong. So
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like with 6 people, it's kind of tough because like you kind of need 2 imposters, but then I don't know if there's like enough employees.
what the fuck is that?
Scanner room. You want to do the scanner? I think we need 2 people for this. Or maybe you're the imposter, but... Oh wait, they're doing the scanner.
Guys, I pressed something and it did something.
Yeah, this one's really weird. You gotta like go on the computer and then it'll like make sounds when you're standing in the right or like looking at the right spot.
Okay, right.
Oh.
Down right a little bit. Down right just a teeny bit. Yeah, there you go. Okay, down left.
It's all about
Okay, right a little bit. Okay, right. Keep going right a little bit. Stop. Go up. Go up a little bit. Yep, that's a bit more. There you go.
Nice.
Okay, right. Right up. Left. Down a little bit. Yeah, right up a little bit.
Looks horrible.
Right up. Down. Down. Yeah. Okay, now down right. Down.
Oh?
Left a little bit. Up a little bit. Left.
Okay.
Nice.
We did it?
Is that it?
Surely that's done, right? That's done, right?
I think so. Scanner, yeah, it's done. Nice.
Okay, nice.
Wait, that took you in the 5 minutes?
It was actually more complicated. It had like way more holes.
Oh, okay.
Wait, where'd you get that
I
gun?
mean, it is hard to get it in the hole.
I just
so.
picked it up in that scanner room.
Oh.
Wait, what's this thing? What is this?
Hmm.
It's just a sign.
I don't trust you with that thing, but you know, it's I'm sure it's fine. Pressure. Oh god, we gotta do this shit. This fucking minigame is like a big old pile ass. Oh. Wait, what? Oh my god, I thought I was throwing it. I almost just killed myself, dude. Wait, how do I drop it? Wait, how do I drop it? Dude. Wait, can you heal yourself in this? How do you...
It's over here. It's over here. It's over here.
Oh, it's this way. Yeah. It's here. This one.
By stream.
The fuck, man? Hey, whoa.
Lux, I can't put it here.
Like.
No.
Whoa.
Left click. Look at the swap. Right click. Left click. Wait. Maybe is it turning? Wait, hold on.
Oh.
Oh yeah, like this.
Wait, no.
Yeah, and then you press.
How
the
did these
button.
work?
Dude, I don't even know how to drop it.
And then you go back to the.
I almost killed myself. Dude, how'd you put it there?
You threw the knife.
I right clicked and then held left and then pressed.
Oh, gotcha.
There you go.
This minigame is fucked, by the way. Like, I don't even understand it.
Wait.
I think...
Oh wait, there's multiple.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Wait, do you remember this one?
Yeah, this one sucks.
Okay. Yeah,
Go
it's a hard
inside,
one.
shoots me. Somebody grab my shotgun and kill him, please.
Wait.
I did the first task, buddy. I'm fine.
This game is too hard.
What do you mean?
Hello, squad. Please
The canisters that are too weak get popped out. Something like that. Alright, guys, stand clear.
I
Okay.
want to make it clear. He was asked like 10 times. It's all his fault. I have no idea what to do with it.
You gotta, like...
Put songs on?
Press... No, that... You'll die if you activate that thing. It, like, pops them out, but it makes an explosion. But you gotta, like... I still don't actually know exactly how this works.
Yo, I think someone killed.
Don't even drop things.
Is that
No, Apollo is dead.
Okay, I saw Apollo. Someone killed someone white.
Hang on.
Yeah, no, I
Where
saw
is Apollo
dead.
corpse? Where is a corpse?
Yeah, she's at vents.
Alright, stand clear. Oh. Oh god.
What the fuck?
I mean, it's obviously side. Come on, guys.
Dude, why can't... How do you drop this fucking thing, man? This is so fucking stupid.
Something about that crazy look. Crazy look.
There's gotta be a way to drop it.
Crazy.
Well, I know it can't be
Zai?
this because he's too busy figuring this out.
Oh, swapping to the tablet. That's so stupid.
Just point his gun at people.
Alright, watch out!
There's another side to
Watch
this,
out,
though.
watch out!
Smart side, just kill Leppa.
It's locked up?
Watch out!
Fuck.
Oh, it's working. Nice.
Wait, how are you still alive? That's crazy.
He nearly killed me. I don't know why I looked at the shot because it's not me. I'm just like,
Listen, you man.
Alright, I gotta get some more.
Okay, well. Wait, doesn't Lux have a gun now then?
no, I think
She had a knife.
How do I get to that canister?
The one in this room to our right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. This is doing tasks.
Yeah, I'm trying, man, but... I need one more of the canisters. Oh, wait, maybe over here.
we still need to do the vents.
It feels like everything's fucking locked. You have to break them or something?
I think we need the access card.
Oh.
I don't know, I just found it before.
Oh.
What's this thing? Oh, it's a marker.
Is...
Oh, here's one of
here.
things. Think about... Wait, what?
Yeah.
See ya. Gonna keep an ear out for Larksa.
There's 2 imposters though. Oh. You can bonk her with it. Bonk her with it. Oh. Well, am I the only one alive? Oh, ruh-roh. Oh. Well, I'll try to beat it. I'll try. I will try. Oh! I did it! Wait, did I? No, wait. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, you bitch. There... God damn it! This stupid minigame sucks. Oh, okay. Do I need more? Oh wait, maybe the yellows can go on the right. Maybe I don't have the right canisters. Come on. Come on. Because yellows can't go on the... Yeah, dude, this fucking game is... I don't have higher numbers though, and everyone's everyone's just waiting. Everyone's dead, dude. And I don't have an access card. Check the corpses? Yeah. Can do this? I don't know if I can. I mean, I need to do the tasks, but I also need to find the... Oh, okay. You got this? Yeah, but I have to do the vents. I also need a screwdriver. Okay, I think there's a... Wait, is this... Oh my gosh. I thought this is where the canister was. Dude, how do you get the... Alright, it's Jover, guys. How do you get in there? Oh wait, that's yellow. Oh no, there's another door. Well. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay. Commit Sudoku. I don't even think I can commit Sudoku, dude. It's freaking dropping. This game. Okay, wait, that vent's fine. Oh yeah, I can just use the gas. You know what? It's over, man. Actually, I can just run out of stamina. What do you mean I can't kill myself? It's over. It's over! I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we can do some Murky.
Yeah.
Murky's fantastic. It's a good game.
I'm down.
Isn't that one like
Okay.
totally ass?
That canister minigame is just fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
We'll call this mid swap collab day. Collab swap day.
Yeah. Hey, Murky's is not slop.
Okay, okay, we'll
Yeah,
see.
it's not
I'll...
slop. It's ass.
Oh my god. Wait, can someone else make the lobby
Listen,
though? I haven't
Ralphsky.
played that one yet.
I don't... Murky Divers has had a ton of updates since I last played it. Dude, that canister minigame is just, it's so fucked. Like, there's so many canisters you gotta loot around the map, and then... I don't know, you gotta find like every single canister on the map. So quiet. Honestly, I like this game. I just wish the graphics were a bit clearer. Like, if the graphics were just a little bit cleaner, I feel like it would be... I would like it more. Not that they're necessarily bad, but... Wait, were you always able to dash like this? That's pretty fast. Oh yeah, the fucking fart heal. Why are all these games such fucking memes, dude? This game is fucking hard though. I was never actually able to make it to like the later levels. Like we would always get caught by the police in this fucking game. How do I get out of here? Hello? Oh. Alright. Let's see.
Cosplaying.
Oh yeah, where are you gonna be? I know you said. I think I forgot.
I did
Donnie
invite
Darko.
this.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah,
here.
Darko. Yes.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
You can actually adjust individual volume. It's a miracle.
I
Oh,
know, it's
nice.
so good.
Okay, so I didn't play the tutorial, so you guys have to
Me
teach
neither.
the ropes. Yeah, me
So-
need to know the ropes.
Yeah, we need help.
Well, those are all I know is that. Is this the place where it
Yeah.
is? Is it?
Okay, we're following
Do we
them.
need this hole? Venti?
Just go in there. Go in here.
Okay.
Here?
Here?
The cockpit
Yeah, go
is
in there.
this way.
Wait, the
I can't.
ship is fucking massive
I
on
lost
this.
everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Below you.
Apollo, follow the sound of my voice.
Maybe it's big. Yeah, it used to be smaller.
Everywhere.
Wait, is that distant there? He's stuck in the dryer.
What? Wait, can they hear
Oh,
me?
here you are. Oh
Yeah,
no,
I'm
this is upstairs. This is Lapa.
I can hear you.
Oh,
This.
that's Lapa.
Okay.
Lapa
Oh,
is
you can
stuck in the...
customize your look here.
Lapa
Yeah.
is in step row. Wait, who's in there now?
This is fucked.
I want to go inside.
Dude, I also want to be stuck.
You want to go in the washing machine?
Guys,
How do you
look at the state of
Yeah,
the-
how do we go
Oh,
in?
no.
Hold right click.
Oh.
Super diver. Oh shit.
It's so over.
Let me in.
This is so much more complicated than the one for 4 people.
Oh god. It's okay. We'll try our best.
Okay,
I can get in.
I can try and explain some of the rules.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, I'll try. Is it still the same? Oh, you can.
I can't
do
get
it as
in the
2
washing
people that can
machine.
drive?
Yeah, same.
You hold right
How do you
click.
get in? It doesn't work.
I got it. I got it. You have to use
Wait,
your back
to
up a bit,
2
Apollo.
people?
Oh.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Super diving.
Yeah, 2 people.
I think it just
Pilot
moves
thing, I guess.
faster or some shit. I don't know.
Oh.
Why
Yeah,
would
this
a
game is
submarine
like
need a-
hard as hell.
Oh really? Are we not gonna be able to play it?
Oh no, I mean we'll be fine.
Oh yay!
It's just I've never made it past like a few
Some of
levels.
these are.
Oh, I see.
So I
Hey, somebody-
think. Okay, I think 2 people have to be here doing this down here, and then there's more above.
Okay. Got it.
So this.
Task.
This is,
Yeah,
I think
we
this is- I
need
think
to
this is
start though
steering.
first, right?
Can I ask something? Can
I
ask
just want to see
something?
what's here.
Yeah? Lapa, I
Sup,
have a
Lapa?
question for the
We're-
classroom.
We're underwater, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Was there a pool here?
Oh my god!
It's heavier than the water.
Oh,
What are you
yeah.
talking about?
It's heavier.
Heavier.
So.
Like the eels
I
in
guess
the
the
sea.
liquid is
Have you
more
never been
dense here.
Subnautica?
Yeah. This thing here is it allows you to communicate with people on the deck above
This
us, I
one.
guess.
Ah, I see. I
Deck
see.
above? There's a deck above? Oh.
There's
All right, guys,
Yeah.
I'm starting the expedition.
Yeah.
Let's go!
What do you mean?
I saw a duck. So,
What do you
wait,
mean?
What is the goal of the game?
Yeah,
It's
what's the
lethal
goal?
company underwater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found a friend.
Did you hear
Okay,
what I said,
so-
Apollo?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
did you say
fucking
drown your
God.
friends?
Yes.
Is that actually
Exactly.
the goal?
Yeah. You can start with the
Oh.
salad.
Come here.
Wait, I don't
No,
see
no,
you
no,
guys.
no.
I'm
You guys
calm,
gotta
I'm
come
calm.
through the door here.
I'm calm.
Wait, where are you guys? Are you downstairs?
I'm at the microphone man.
Yeah, I don't see anyone. Oh,
Is there a way out down there?
Microphone man.
Dude, we gotta go up through this door.
wait, got it.
Everybody come to me.
Don't we have to? Oh, do we just
We have
go
to-
out first? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think
Oh, is
for
this
the
like
first
level 0 or
level.
some shit? Speaking of 0, which side?
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
they
Oh,
go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they go.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's
Damn.
fucked up. He hates us.
Man, if we knew more than 5 people, this would be great.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That'd be
really wish
nice.
there was someone. I can't think of anyone.
Maybe someone from
No.
Sweden? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know
maybe
anybody
some
from
soy
Sweden.
streamers here, crazy.
Yeah. If only. How do you chase them so fast?
Fucking Elias, I don't know.
If you press space,
space.
you can.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm spacing.
I'm spacing.
This your ass
What,
is in my
oxygen? Aren't we
face.
fish?
You can't
Okay,
stop
so-
blocking this.
Stuck.
We're stuck.
I got a
Margarita.
Yeah,
Margarita?
I don't know how that's a thing,
Yeah,
but
my
sure.
category stuck to Murky. I forgot. Apollo, go forward.
Well, I don't know which way is forward. I lost track.
I'm close to
Where are we going? I don't know where they went. Actually, we might be
Guys,
wrong.
Oh,
it was
found
a
them, I
straight
found them.
line, more or less.
Oh, thank you,
No,
thank
it's not
you.
a straight line.
Ooh,
Straight
box.
line. It was.
Oh, what?
What? They're monsters.
Oh. Oh. Did this
What is
die?
this? Wait, I think I have a fish gun, guys.
Yeah. Can you shoot this monster?
Wait, where are you? Yeah, I think I can.
I am dying.
Where the fuck is everyone? Oh, I see it.
There's a monster.
Apollo, I'm coming!
Go!
Oh god!
Ow!
I killed it!
Nice, it's dead. Good job. Wait, someone died. Who was
Killed
that?
it, nice.
Yeah.
It was
I think
probably
Apollo died.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, look at them.
It's
That's
okay.
he shot it. He shot a bomb out of his mouth.
Oh, it's a bomba.
Oh.
Oh, so do
That's
I
the
take
bomb
Apollo
seal.
back to the ship?
So I punched Apollo. I don't know where she's just gone. I just
I
punched her.
am at half oxygen.
Salado. Salado.
I may have just punched her and I don't know where she's gone.
Uh-oh.
Oh, ew, there's stuff here.
It's an anime.
I need to get out of here.
Yeah, we need oxygen.
Oxygen.
So is it like Lethal Company where we collect loot?
Yeah, you want to get like the items with the money signs on them, I think.
Okay. Okay, I'm getting oxygen.
Gotta be some.
What is that noise? Do you guys hear that?
I'm gonna fucking die.
Ooh, a battery.
Where, guys? What is that?
Wait, where did I?
Clue where the exit is. I would have loved.
Oh no, guys.
So bad.
Maybe it is through there.
Chat, I have no idea how to go.
Well. Oh!
Oh, I found you guys.
I'm gonna die, I think.
I'm so
Did you
dead.
hear that duck noise?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it's Lappa! Lappa!
There's-
Oh! Where does the battery go?
Fancy seeing. You skipped the.
You skip it, D. This is nuts. I have a foot. I have a foot.
Yeah, feed him.
That's just not true.
Oh.
Oh shit!
Really catchy. Do we need more ducks? I found a duck. Does it eat duck?
I don't think so. I think he only eats the items with like the price tag on it.
Right. What's the bag for, I wonder? Can you carry more stuff with us?
Maybe. Yeah, can you store stuff in there?
Oh yeah.
Can you? Do you hear salad like randomly
Yeah.
in your right ear? Oh, okay. Thought that was just me. So they know how to get out, right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah. They're fine.
Fuck you, left.
Surely.
What the fuck? Did he just say fuck you, Lepo? What the hell? What did I do?
Guys? Anyone out there?
Salad's feet smell.
I think we could just end the expedition if we want to, you know, just assume they're dead.
Right. Well, I keep hearing
Duh.
salad, so I. Duh.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna go back.
Salad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I can hear him while he's dead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Lol. Is it? You pulled this, right? Pulled?
Yeah.
All right.
This is where it gets even more.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Oh,
Nice.
hi.
So, this is where it gets confusing.
Okay. The duck noise is back.
Oh, yeah, the duck. I don't understand if the duck or if it's left back.
What the fuck?
Alright, Donald, calm the fuck down.
Apollo, did you have a crush on Donald Duck?
Yeah, it was my first ever crush.
What the? Okay.
Yeah.
No. I
That's
fucking
crazy.
knew.
How is it a bird? He has feathers.
I'm comms. I'll tell you what's coming to kill us. I'm really good at that. It's Kraken every time, by the way. Sala, did you know that these... Oh, it's this. Hey, did you know that every single one of these creatures has a different mechanic that you need to do? Like if it's Kraken, you need to stop moving or some shit, and if it's a whale, you need to move really fast. There's like different things you gotta do.
There's like a
I don't know all of them.
phone
Well,
here
actually,
or
I don't know any of
something.
them. Are you on the radio?
Oh yeah, it's the radio.
Oh, it's a ghost! Look! It's a ghost!
Huh?
Can you see the ghost? I see a
No.
ghost. Right there. Oh, okay. Never mind, I'm tripping.
Disc, can you hear us?
Over? Disc, can you hear us on the...
Yeah, over?
Yeah, I can hear you. Wait, can they hear me?
I think
Yeah,
they
you gotta
can
go
hear
full speed.
Yeah, you can hear me on the radio, right?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Wait, is there a radio button?
Please press E. Hello?
I can
Hello?
hear you.
1, 2, 3.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Are you guys all downstairs?
Yeah, we're downstairs. We're driving the car.
Okay, good. Yeah, these two are driving down here. It's not gonna go well.
We hear you, over.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
I'm at 34 knots speed, over.
What do you mean you can't hear me? Over. Well, now I can hear you. Over.
But why can you
now hear me? Over. The thing is, I randomly hear you with normal speaking voice in my ear no matter what I'm doing. Over.
Oh, well, that's...
Lucky for you then, over. Yeah, so can you just stop talking? Over.
Wait.
I have police, guys!
Police!
Why'd you go into the police? Over.
Oh, cause the radar's up here. That's stupid. Oh, that is so fucking dumb. Dude, that is so stupid. We can't do that. Not with this group, man. We need like an easy version of this game or some shit.
Yeah.
X1. What is X1? Can you check X1?
Yeah,
Hi,
it's
Larksa.
money. Yeah, it's money.
I crashed the boat by mistake.
Yeah, go back. We need
Okay,
you down
I'm
there.
going back.
We need like one person on the radio all the time.
Steering wheel.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we could bypass this by being on Discord. I mean,
yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Or
it's
like,
fixed.
whatever. Can you check? Oh, never mind. It's F6. Tell him to go northeast.
You need to go northeast, guys. Over.
East.
Just no. They're going too far east.
You're going too far east.
Northeast.
Look, no, more north.
Keep this. Keep this.
You're doing good. Keep going like that.
What is A1? Dude, this is so ass. Okay, tell him it's money. But oh, never mind. We got just stop.
Stop. You need to stop. You need to stop. We need to go backwards. Well, wait, can we turn around though? That's kind of.
No, we can just. I think they can just backpedal or some shit. All right, turn 180 degrees. Tell them to go south.
We gotta turn
southwest.
around.
Yeah, turn 180 degrees. Go south.
What the hell is I3? Oh shit, there's something coming at us.
There's something coming at us.
Oh, it's just a Leviathan.
It's just a Leviathan.
All right, you can just stay on track here.
Just
go
stay on
straight
track.
And
Go straight.
this is impossible. Stop! 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 Stop!
Stop!
It's another Leviathan. No!
Oh
yeah, this is
God.
Guys,
I can
all right.
only fix so
Anchor
many
down.
holes.
Anchor down. Anchor down. We got this.
It's okay, let's just oh god.
We made
Yeah,
it.
we can't do this with 5 people. This is impossible.
Guys, there's only
Portion of the
so
game.
many holes I could fill. I don't know what to tell
There's
you.
only so many people we know to play with.
Can't we just get like a easier version of the submarine?
Well, the easier boat is for 1 to 4, I think. This isn't.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't choose? Well, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
Yeah. You can choose, but I don't know if it changes if it like maxes the lobby size.
Thanks a lot, size.
Oh. Bye, Apollo.
Apollo!
I mean.
Oh.
I can try making the lobby and see if I can change it.
Oh, there you go. Apollo, where are you?
Yo, this is some skull and bone shit right here. Sea of Thieves. What the? Larksa?
This is a cool place, actually.
Is that Larksa? I don't think that's Larksa, Dist.
That's not Larksa.
That's
Oh God.
not Larksa.
Oh God. He's making weird noises.
No, it's the police thing.
I think it's fine.
What's that? What's this?
Fuck!
What did that just do? That didn't kill anyone.
What the hell? Do it.
Ooh, another battery.
Yeah, we gotta.
The mimic's saying, "Come see this." Oh, Salad, watch out!
Guys, there's another Larksa.
Yeah, I mean.
Stay away from them.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh no! Big trouble!
Okay. Down here?
Anything
Oh, hi,
good in
Locke.
here?
There's a cock!
Hawk?
Oh, nice. Take it with you. Oh, Samantha?
I'm getting soaked.
Oh, that's hot.
Okay. Wait,
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Fucking sucked.
Jeez, man.
I think he's on the manta ray. I'm gonna go and get my oxygen back.
I think I'm on the right track. Hello. Oh, shit! That's not Larksa!
OHP. You got. It's okay. You...
Oh, I gotta go.
There you go,
Not
Nike.
a-
I don't know what's happening down here. What's going on, guys?
Woo!
This?
I'm okay.
Where did Apollo go?
Larksa, you sucked me. And I lost all my oxygen!
Hello?
We're okay.
Do.
Alright, nice. Good, good. Oh wait, I can buy an oxygen recharger.
That's not you. No, oh, nay. Let's go.
Maybe I shouldn't.
To it.
Oh shit, my bad.
What the fuck?
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Shut
up!
What is that? You got light sticks?
From that, okay.
Did you just waste them?
Yeah. I want to see how many there were.
I broke one.
Yeah.
Oh god, no, it's the Reaper. It's the Reaper. Oh, it's stuck, I think.
Find anything?
Yeah, it's fine.
Didn't.
Oh, it is not fine. Oh my god, it is not fine.
Here?
Oh my god.
Are you supposed to look at it or look away? I forget.
On. Oh god. Oh god.
Okay, nice. Okay, hang on. Yeah, you can.
Why is Salad's mic cutting out so much? So weird. Like randomly hear him. What the? Oh shit, he one-shots you!
Stop it with the sucky. Hi. Guys, I'm gonna fucking die.
Oh,
shit.
hey!
I'm getting
Hi.
sucked.
Yeah, so apparently
Not
I
in
can
a
make
good way.
I can make a custom ship lobby size, so I'm just gonna do it to 5, I think. And book a 4-person ship. Because
shit,
that
it's the
one's
Reaper.
a little... This one's a little fucked.
Holy fucking hell! That was way too close.
Oh shit.
For me, that's Apollo. Dude, how do I get this to the ship?
I'm surprised Larks is still alive, but I don't think for much longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, impressive.
Oh, this is so
He's
fucked, Jack.
definitely going to drown.
There's a
Oh,
path
it's a
up.
buffer.
Oh my god, Lars.
Oh no, don't go here. It's really bad.
Oh boy, this is not good. My oxygen.
Yeah, she's dead.
Oh no.
Oh no,
This
I
dude
found
died.
2
No, he's
giga
killed.
either.
Just keep telling me you're dead, okay? Because I keep hearing you every now and then.
Does she not see the enemy?
Hard, so you need to get out.
Oh, there's another hand I can put in my ass. Wait.
Huh?
Okay, let me grab this. Oh, there. Oh, it's a guitar.
She has 35 seconds. Okay, well, yes.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Wait, you guys were listening to me saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay, well, we lost.
You
Yeah.
guys stop dying.
You guys stop dying.
Shut up.
Did you find
No, that was
anything?
toxic, I'm sorry.
I found a lot of stuff.
Oh my god, that imposter
Dude,
thing.
I was sick of hearing that.
That was so scary.
Yeah, that was so scary.
It's Pope. It's the Popo.
It's not Popo.
Oh, police.
I thought we were ladless, but we were lawless.
Oh, shit.
At this point, we're just lad.
Yeah. Let me set up a custom lobby with the smaller ship.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yes, somebody can sit in the washing machine.
Yeah, that bigger ship is fucked. This game is actually like so difficult. Like it's so easy to game over. You can spend money to like reduce your wanted level. Hold on. I'm gonna go get some water, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm joining.
And letter. And then you need
Okay.
to match the thing with this one that's down here, or vice versa.
I-
can't remember
Alright,
which
yeah,
one's
just
up and
can
which
do
one's
that.
down.
Yeah.
It's
What do you want me to
kinda
do?
hard.
Yeah,
This is
let
just
him do that.
You need to do like verification of what stuff is.
Okay,
Oh my god, look
sure.
at this, is blood
Yeah.
here. That's so sick.
Whoa, what are you doing in there?
I'm
What's
stuck in
going
the
on?
water.
Show
I don't know how
me.
to get
Are you
out.
bathing in the blood pool?
I don't know how to get out.
I'm peeping on large side.
You can get like character upgrades. Oh, by the way, guys,
There's a
Get
button.
bandits.
There's a button.
Okay, okay.
on the vending machine,
Somebody wash my bag. Oh.
you can change screens.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's
This
like
ship, I like
a
the
bunch
ship
of
way
different loot.
more.
Yeah, this system is so much better.
Yeah. Okay, and this is the mouth Aussie for the Luta.
Yeah, Luta.
Okay. Alright, I will do the driving.
I'm gonna let you guys do all the work.
Okay. Need.
Yeah, I will
You guys
just
can do all the work. I'll sit here. Don't worry.
And I hope.
What?
I'll just bark orders at you guys. Don't worry about it.
You can be
I'm ready.
washing machine guy.
Oh, you can disable like the graininess
Washing
and
machine guy.
Yeah.
Oh really?
I disabled all the graininess. It's way better like that.
Oh,
yeah, the
really?
game looks much
Yeah.
better if you disable the resolution and grain and all that.
Oh, cool.
The
Oh,
shopping
okay.
cart here lets you carry like a shit ton of stuff.
Nay, nay.
I'm coming with
That
you.
looks better. True.
It's really overpowered.
Oh.
Alright, fellas, we're off. We gotta do the mission.
Yeah,
Let's
do
look at
it.
the bathtub.
There, there's a baton.
Oh, bottom.
All right, I'm going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I'm ready.
Ah, you nearly fucking You nearly shut the door on me.
What up?
Oh, sorry, Dish.
Who? What the?
I was letting these guys out.
Oh, are we not driving?
Bye.
No,
No,
we're looting.
We're looting.
Oh, we're looting. We're not driving it. Okay, come on.
Yeah.
My face
Come.
goes all weird. Remember lighting's green.
I'm gonna leave the shopping cart like up top here, I think.
Ow. Okay, guys, there's traps. There's traps, guys. Watch out for traps. Okay, don't listen to me. That's fine too. Cover your corpse. That's fine.
You're not doing a very good job.
We're learning.
Yeah, that's fucked up. We're learning. We're beginners.
Watch out for
Maybe
traps.
in here.
Oh,
Yeah,
crap.
well, last time I was learning, you guys told me to fuck off and then Mark killed me.
Myself.
What the fuck? Did they just set off a mine?
You guys are.
Why do I keep hearing salad though? That is so weird. Must be a bug. Maybe it's like a bug with the host or something.
He's dead. Yeah.
Like his voice just comes through like full volume randomly. I feel like it works. It's only salad though.
No.
Okay.
Oi.
Alright, she's in the shopping.
Cart, we're good.
I was gonna use that.
Is it one-time use?
Maybe we should have somebody else host. I don't
You
know.
might be on a timer, maybe. What's wrong with my
Net.
I don't find any items.
Apparently this doesn't want me to host.
Yeah, some of them are like kind of hidden. I don't know. You gotta like
Find them.
I see one.
you found a trash
Bag.
This like
Trash?
effect is really weird though.
Oh, there's one here.
Yeah, there's one here. You can have this.
Bomb.
It might happen with like
Yeah, there
any
you go.
host. I'm not sure. It's kind of annoying though, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's pretty annoying. God. Like,
The thing. What?
No, she comes back next time.
I'm
surprised I killed her. It only did like 50 damage to me.
It was like a trap or what?
It was like a fish, but it shot a mine at us. It's here. You gotta open the door.
Hi.
yeah, I turned in all the loot.
And this is where
Is
we heal
Lepa dead?
ourselves if you
Push this.
I don't know where Lepa is. And this is where you
Oh, wait, I hear him.
Fucking clutching
we
over here,
have to-
boys.
What's
I'm
up?
dying.
You want to put
I'm
the...
dying.
Oh, okay, yeah, you get out of here
I'm
then.
dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. No! I'm dying.
Hi guys.
Oh. I'm dying.
See if there's anything else over.
Back door. I opened that. It's a back door. But careful, there's like a Dark Souls boss in here. This?
Yeah.
That information was for you. Did you hear me?
Oh, okay. I don't know if I'm going the same way that you went. What is the point of this bag?
I wish I had a light.
I think that's the boss.
I think you come.
No. It's gotta be that.
Oh god.
Chat, I have to pee. What? No!
If that was you, this, I swear to God, if you just went in here and died,
Oh, this map is way more fun than the big one.
this, I told you that was a boss in here, and you chose not to listen.
Where's Apollo?
Oh, Lepa's got you.
Yeah, he's got me.
Literally just told you.
Fucking
This is what
Lepa.
happens when you don't listen to.
I listened, Lepa. God damn it.
Oh dear.
I even got a joke for this when I see the other guys. Oh, oh shit. No. How do you? No. How do you bring this thing? How do you?
I mean,
Oh. Do not leave. Do not leave.
Oh my god, what's that giant starfish?
Ooh, yeah.
Punching you in the dick. Bye.
What?
bye, Lepa.
Look what they done to my boy. Look what they done to my boy.
Oh no, Dave. No. It's okay. At least Lots has someone now.
Can we? Oh shit. Oh god damn. Oh shit. Holy.
Oh shit. Oh my god, I'm hungry. Nude.
This was
I feel like I
good.
played another one of those games with the
I think
mouth
we're gonna leave.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Did we make the
Kletzka!
quota?
Mhm.
Guys, I received a response from Ella from the drama. It's in the Discord group.
Who?
Damn.
Okay, I'm looking at the response.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ela? Who is that?
Damn. That's crazy.
Addressing what happened with Lots.
Oh my god, the drama. Holy.
Damn.
Look at that view count though. Man's
That's
popping
crazy.
off.
It's popping off. That's crazy.
We're gonna create
Yeah.
some
Yeah,
drama.
we
What
gotta
the fuck?
create some like make believe drama
Yeah.
between all of us.
Yeah.
It's like crazy. That's where the money's at, guys.
True. Do we drive now?
Drama
Yeah.
Yippee.
Drama slop. Okay.
The new.
Yes, you wanna be the money guy?
Yeah, no problem. I'm buying us a laser cutter.
Ooh.
Is there something that could open those boxes? Because there's loads of
probably
these
open something.
Pharmacorp boxes everywhere.
Yeah, maybe it's for
Like a
that.
key item?
Are we moving forward?
Yeah,
No,
do
no,
I
I
go
think that's
full
for Noah.
speed?
Going forward?
Yeah.
This, the one you
I
bought,
know.
believe that's for
Left was
doors.
the sonar guy.
Okay.
Aye.
I'm going at 10 knots.
I have no sonar target.
Yeah,
There's nothing.
I'll be the wrench guy. There
There's
you go.
something due north. We're heading north,
That's
right?
money.
There's something coming up.
It's money.
There is... Alright, Papa, 3.
E3 is money.
Okay, we can probably get it.
How did you know
It's
it
a
was
little to
money,
the... It's
crazy
like 5
guy?
degrees east. Disc.
Yes, east.
Uniform, 4. I take this job very seriously. Uniform, 4.
He has no
We're
idea.
going at 5 knots.
I'm going
Can you-
5
You
degrees
for this?
northeast.
Oh. I got it.
5 more degrees east.
Sorry, I'm...
5 more.
It's the police squad. U4 is police.
Okay, like 25 degrees west now. We don't wanna.
West.
10 knots.
Full speed. Let's go. Full speed.
Full
Okay,
speed.
full speed.
Full speed.
Going.
All right, so you can go slower now. I
Okay,
think we're clear.
slower.
X-ray 0.
It is money. Body parts.
Okay. Take us straight northeast now.
Northeast.
Okay.
We got another thing coming. What is whiskey Niner?
15 knots.
Money.
15.
Don't use
Whiskey
the-
Niner
great,
is
great.
money.
Yo. Okay. Yo, Salad, we wanna go and stop. Can we stop? And,
Yes, 0 knots.
Straight north now. Can we turn
North.
straight north? We need somebody on the net.
How do you-
Where's that?
How do
Oh,
you?
yeah.
I don't think there is one yet.
Can-
The
Oh,
net's
maybe we-
automatic, no?
Yeah, but
What
we
is-
need battery in it, so I don't think
Oh,
it
yeah,
works.
these- Zero.
Battery, yeah.
October 0. It's coming right at us.
Yeah, we're looking
Coming
That's
right
an
at
octopus.
us.
Octopus!
Octopus.
All right, full speed in.
Rockin'.
East, full speed in.
Full speed ahead! Loxa!
Northeast.
North. Northeast.
Okay, speeding.
J3 is a Loch Ness monster.
Stop. We gotta deploy.
Declining.
I was fixing
Christ.
the ship!
You got me too. We're here.
Oh my god, timer.
We made it.
Okay.
Good job.
Yeah, let's go out.
We didn't get money, but at
You
least
still
we
have to
didn't lose
repair
much.
the ship.
Yeah.
I think we need battery to
Alright.
get the money anyways. I don't think our net
Are you
works.
sure?
Yeah, you need to like use the battery for the net.
Please.
But you can use battery on
Yeah.
everything.
Ooh, spooky house.
Wow.
You can use battery on everything. I used it on the
Great things for
navigator.
the batteries.
Oh. Hmm.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like Belgium.
Watch out for the mine.
Yeah, watch out for the mine.
Mines.
Mine.
I found a battery.
Nice.
Alright, I'm leaving the
I
cart
found
up
a
here.
Repo guy. It's Repo.
Whoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I found a limb.
Thing.
Is this worth anything?
What laser thing am I talking about?
In the shop, in the
Vending machine. Anyway. Fish. Kia. Actually, don't. Oh. Inside.
This is kind of scary.
Ah.
Where can I use this tool?
Whoa.
Oh no.
Balls? No.
Guys.
Us?
Guys, I'm being sucked. Hello? Guys?
Hooked.
Why are you getting sucked, man?
I am getting sucked. I need assistance. Please.
You good?
I'm okay.
Oh,
Oh, it let go of me.
Okay. Do you have a laser cutter?
Yeah. Do you have a door?
Shit. Oh, shit.
Oh god. No.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a
Wait.
door
Help. You
this
gotta
way.
punch this off me. Punch it.
This. Okay.
Thank you.
Where'd you put the? Oh, there's the cart. So you have the.
Yeah, I got the cutter.
It's in your inventory. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
that way. To the left here. It says. Don't cut. Test inside.
Oh.
Oh, are you still here?
Wait a minute. Don't test cut inside. Don't inside test cut. Cut test. What?
You have no idea, do you?
I'm so confused.
It's gotta be some good loot in here.
Back to school.
Oh, that's a mine.
Mine!
Ah! There's something on me. I'm getting soaked. Help!
There's a
Guys,
bag.
get off me. Guys, get off me.
Why didn't the mine explode though?
Oh, it sells.
I guess I didn't get close
Are you
enough.
sure? I don't think the sucky thing.
Oh wait,
is,
I need to get out of here.
Oh yeah.
Thought it did.
Oxygen.
I also need to get out.
Okay, we need to get out.
Yeah, dude, I am stacked on loot.
Where's the outside? Here. Looks like here.
Yeah, I'm so stacked. Guys, I'm about to die. I have a lot of
Running
loot.
out of oxygen.
Okay, we are.
Where are you?
I'm by this.
We're swimming.
Follow the explosion.
Are we live?
Yeah,
Wait,
we're live.
Larksa?
Is this live?
Lark's is dead.
Is this live?
No, I'm alive. I hear
Okay.
I hear the numbers in my ear.
Yeah, me too. Is he dead? Why did you hear him?
It's so weird.
Yeah, I think it's an issue with the host. Like Salad keeps. It's like you're right next to him. I don't know.
Yeah. So I had a Luta and I punched the button and I dropped the Luta and now I can't find it anymore.
Ah, shit.
I'm really sad.
Help. Thank.
Maybe it's in the carts. Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably in the cart.
Oh yeah, it is.
With me hosting.
How do I feed the mouth? Oh.
Guys, I'm gonna.
Oh, someone wants to get in.
I'm gonna drown. Help.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Nice. Dude, I'm
Oh,
so
yeah,
proud
like
of
all
us.
the
We got
tools
Luta, we
use
didn't
battery.
die.
This
I was
one
drowning. Yeah. Well, we still have 3 minutes. We could go back in.
Yeah. Wait, where's Lappa?
I think Leopard did. He went back in.
Oh.
You went back in?
Raro.
She's sending it.
Yeah. No! Oh, I'm in.
I'm going to the bathroom real fast. 1 sec.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god.
But we're in the water. You can just pee.
I mean, she's in the ship. I don't want to go through any pee in the water.
Another what?
There's another cut to door here.
Oh, okay, I'm
Another
coming.
door.
Where you at?
What if the water turns it blue? Then everyone will know.
Way down?
Is that really
Yeah.
or a myth?
I'm here.
Oh, this
No,
is
you're
open
gonna
now.
get- you're gonna get-
So it's here. It's here. No, you got this. Just yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
I can. Hold on. Let me just. Mine.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so there's power in every facility. You know that, right? You need to push this thing. There's a
Gotta be
coil here.
help.
And then
Oh,
like,
it opens
engages
doors or something?
Electricity.
I see.
Okay, so there's 2 ways. Oh, something. I got something. And what is this? Oh my
that's-
god, look! The mother load!
Okay, nice. You get that. I'll see if there's anything else. Man, we're running out of time
Really
though.
valuable, guys.
Oh wait, Leppa, go in the toilet here. Go in the toilet here. Leppa, this will take you out, I'm pretty sure.
I like them
It should.
with you.
Is that a one-time teleport? No. That killed him? No, he's fine. Wait, somebody died. Wait, Lepa died? Wait, where's that big item?
We're gonna die.
How did Lepa die?
Alright.
Guys!
Quickly! 10 seconds!
We're coming!
Oh my god. Okay, let's fucking get the fuck.
You
oh god, there's someone else! Oh god!
We got it.
I'm sorry! I'm so
Pull the
sorry!
lever,
No!
this!
Come here!
1 second. Yeah, so I had the item in my hand and it exploded or some shit.
Oh, gotcha. How'd you?
Maybe
Oh,
it's-
that's what killed you. I see.
Yeah, it's timed, I think.
That's what
If you spam space too much, you swim really slow.
That was actually crazy. Wait, you thought you were leaving me?
Guys, let's start the ship.
What the fuck?
Why did it drop?
That's so fucked.
I was the navigator. Lappa, you're the captain now.
I'm the captain? Look
Yeah,
at me.
because you're
I'm
the
the
captain.
We have a net with battery now, so I think we can get
It
loot.
automatically works, right?
Alright,
Yeah, as long as you go over it.
can we get like 40% speed northeast, please?
Okay. 15 knots.
How high up does it go? 15?
Like 30.
Okay.
36.
Take us straight northwest. What is X-ray 6?
It is a shoal of fish.
Oh, so that's like nothing, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's yellow, so it's not
I don't think
like
it does
dangerous,
anything.
but yeah, it might not do anything.
Yeah, let's just go past it. Can we go to 10 knots, please? And
Oh, that
this
is a Leviathan. R8
Go
Leviathan.
northeast. Full speed northeast, please. I ain't having none of that shit. Okay, I guess you can hit a shovel of fist.
I don't know.
Oh, it's coming.
X6.
It's coming right at us. Just keep speed. Keep this speed. Keep this speed.
Full speed.
Why is it gaining up on us? Oh, we can manage. Just
S5
keep
is
going.
money. S5 is money.
I don't care now. We're getting chased by a Leviathan. Go. 5
W1
degrees
is a
east,
Loch
5
Ness
degrees
monster.
East. Oh my god, 10 degrees east. Salad, get ready with the pulley thing. Pull. Hold on. Pull.
I'm pulling.
Oh my god.
And no issue.
Getting chased by everything.
Well, at least it wasn't the police.
Yeah.
The police. Yeah, true.
Okay, the holes are fixed.
Okay,
All right.
let's send it.
Sending.
What about the cart?
Jesus.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Cart
take it.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck.
I'll get the cart. You guys can go.
You guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's another one of these.
Yeah, don't spam
Space Apollo. It makes you go really slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to like time it.
Why?
Another monster.
Did I just make a wish?
Don't let him out.
Oh god.
I'm getting.
Oh, there's a toilet here. That's nice.
Need you to punch it.
What the fuck did you?
Just.
Oh. No fucking way! that's
you
not
can
good.
touch it only a select number of times.
Dude, there's so many of those enemies.
Kills you when you pick it up.
Oh.
Got a person?
Yeah, like a body bag and it wiggles.
Yeah, this game is really fun now that I
gonna
know
say
better
it's
how to
the
play. I didn't know you died that fast. Now I know though.
Just feeding it.
Boy, what did you die to?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh no! Oh no!
I died to the monster. I held the guitar and the monster.
Wait, hang on,
killed me.
hang on.
How did you die?
I died to the monster too.
Yeah. I'm sending it.
I didn't realize you died in like 2 hits.
Yeah, I died super fast.
I don't think it's
And I got
gone.
a guitar.
Wait, there's a leg here.
I want to feed the guitar to the mouth.
Yeah, someone died.
Oh, they found my body, I think.
Ooh, nice! And I found my guitar!
Oh no, that's you.
My things. Can you pick the music one so I take the body?
Wonder if they'll find mine.
What? Yeah, so new development. Oh, Lux is dead. Cool. So new development.
yeah.
If you find a monkey paw, you can only grab it once or twice. I'm cursed now. I can't pick anything up. I can't pick anything up.
That's fun.
So be careful if you find
there's
monkey paw
also-
items.
There's a cursed book here that kills you when you hold it, so just be careful of that.
Why is the body bag moving? It's kind of unsettling.
Uh-oh.
Shredder.
Oh, Salad's so dead.
Why? Why me?
Oh yeah, that's the one that killed me.
Oh, I'm so dead. It's so over.
Oh?
Help!
So can you attack monsters?
Yeah, you can get weapons, I think.
Oh, that's
Or
what the
stuff to like
music was.
distract the monsters.
Yeah, it's the thing.
Yeah.
Can I even? I can't even exit. So I'm just dead weight at this point. Cool. Oh, I'm just gonna chill. Here we.
Yeah, they need to get the cart back. Wait, where is the cart?
It was still on the ship.
Oh. Well, no, I brought it out, though.
Oh. Oh, there, the Mendel has it.
Does he?
Yeah, is that the cart? Isn't that the cart?
I don't see it. Oh, what the fuck? Maybe my game's glitching out. Oh.
Yeah.
What is the hell? I think I shouldn't touch it.
Oh, wait, Apollo's going where I died.
Hello?
Oh, shit.
Is this something? Oh. Did I just magically get money? Oh fuck, okay. Now I just need to find my way out again. Question is, will I find my way out if I take
Needs it
a
all.
different way than I took in?
Beep. Beep.
Maybe not. Oh, it's fine. Hello?
Oh, hello. Is Disco with you, or?
I don't know. I didn't see anyone.
Okay. I know Leper's in here.
Okay. I found a battery.
Well, they could probably just leave.
Can we go feed your body back?
Your body?
Yeah. Yeah, we can.
So what do we do with this
I was letting you
money
feed
from
it.
the mouse?
You can buy stuff. at the shop. Some stuff's really expensive though.
Wait, where's Lux and this?
We dead.
Lux is dead.
I was trying to teleport using the toilet and I died.
Oh yeah, I saw the minute getting flushed too.
Everybody good? Where's
Hello.
this?
I don't know where this is.
No.
Oh, can you pick up this
Oh, so I
item
assume
here?
I'm
It's
dead and that
inside the
you're
wall
alive.
here. I tried
I see how
pushing
it
it
is.
into the mouth, but I couldn't.
Oh,
It's like
yeah, I
right
see.
here. Dang you.
Yeah,
Driving me nuts.
I think this might be dead.
Yeah. Probably good to call it now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We're gonna get a star. Yeah, we're gonna get a star for this sport. Alright, this is your fault if he's not.
Oh, it's my fault.
Yippee!
Yeah, I died.
Alive again!
Half a casualty. Yippee! Welcome back!
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Oh, I can't. You gotta be shitting me. I still can't grab stuff?
Wait, can we?
Maybe you're like glitched or something.
Yeah, it's gotta be a glitch.
Yeah.
Wait, how do
Maybe
you
can you
Well, maybe when the
rejoin?
next. Yeah, maybe you should just try to
the next one
rejoin.
that, like, the next...
Did you guys notice there's a torpedo tube right here?
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Yeah, I did notice it. It's got
Oh,
batteries.
can we go in?
I don't... What the fuck?
Tee-hee farts.
Oh, it's the horn.
Should I rejoin then?
Sure.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just do it.
I think so.
Do it.
I hope he can.
I haven't played before. So
Oh, you can use this
Yeah.
thing as bait. The ducky.
Oh.
Or the
Oh, the duck can be bait?
more like a bird, I guess.
Oh.
It's a
Hey,
cuckoo
see ya.
clock, I think.
Hi. Yeah, I can touch stuff now.
Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Do you wanna-
Nice.
Ooh.
Do I wanna what?
What about we got so much money. Would you
I
get this,
mean-
scooter?
Scooter.
Scooter! Whoa!
Pod?
Pingu? Oh yeah.
That's epic.
It was a buzzword.
No,
Holy.
Guys,
Oh,
guys,
it's Pengu.
Yeah.
Oh, oopsie. I didn't mean to do that.
hear me out, guys. Never mind. No, I'm good. Let's go. Let's
Oh,
go.
for
Let's
fuck's
move.
sake.
move.
Oh my god.
Move.
Okay,
Moving.
The left paw.
Yeah, just straight ahead. Straight ahead is fine.
Straight ahead.
Ooh, we're off to
north.
Atlantis.
15 knots.
We're
We
off to
have-
Atlantis.
Why doesn't the battery thing? Maybe we need to be right next to one for it to be able to be deployed. The net right here.
S4 is a shoal of fish.
I think you have to just be on top of it.
We don't want a shower fish. Straight east, please.
East.
Thank you.
Going in half speed.
Oh, that's great. It is perfect. Can you go full speed just in case I don't like that shallow fish?
Full speed.
All right, now half speed. What is X-ray 7?
It's a Loch Ness monster.
Okay, straight north. Full speed, straight north. Straight north.
Yeah, straight the fuck away from it.
Mm-hmm. We are not heading that way. It is in our blind spot, but whatever. What is Hotel something? Hotel 7?
Money.
Hotel 2. Oh, it's money.
It's
Oh,
money.
shit. What is Gulf 5?
Half speed.
Thank you. Gulf 5. Can you check that?
It's not on the scanner anymore. I don't see it.
Maybe yeah, we missed it. Something coming up. Can you see it?
F7 is money.
Okay, so straight northeast now.
Northeast.
Take it to 10 knots.
10 knots.
Go northeast.
Northeast.
Now straight northeast. Somebody get ready with the net.
Is it money though? I think the net's auto, isn't it?
Should be automatic
It is.
if we go over it.
2, 1. Okay, stop. It's running away from us. Straight south. What is Romeo
Happy
5?
Sunday.
Romeo 5.
5
Half
knots.
speed. Thank you.
I don't know
3.
how to do that thing.
Okay, full
Oh.
speed. This fucking money bag's getting away.
It's money.
Thanks.
Oh, we got it.
See?
Southwest. Half speed.
Half speed.
MS is a police ship, or M5.
What is X-ray 6?
Loch Ness.
Okay, straight east. Full speed east.
Go!
Yeah, we gotta go now. Like, just floor it.
Oh, they're both going forwards. They're both.
Yeah, they are. Floor. Yeah, we gotta keep this on full now. We just gotta go.
Yeah, we're just gonna go.
I'm going!
Do we have any batteries for the engine?
B4 is money.
Yeah, we don't care about money right now. Northeast. Northeast. Straight north.
I don't think we have anything, fellas.
This is perfect. Just keep it. This is perfect. We're getting away. Bro,
there's like 7
We are gaming, ladies and gentlemen. All right, half speed.
Half speed.
Perfect. We got away. This is beautiful. You can't see anything, but this is looking really good, guys. Man, this is content right here, right? See this, Salad? You see this? This is content right here.
I see it. It's so good. I'm super excited.
All right, we got something coming up.
T1 is a police submarine. Watch out.
All right, we are going northwest now. Northwest. Half speed. What is Foxtrot 9? Foxtrot 9.
It is a Kraken.
Okay, we are going full speed ahead. Victor 8.
Here you go, Kraken.
Victor 8.
Oh, it is a police submarine.
All right, we're going away from that. That's fine. What is Lima 9er?
It is
What the fuck is that?
a police squad.
What is November 4?
Shoal of fish.
All right, it's fine. Straight west.
Yeah.
Salad, get ready with the thing. There's something coming up on us.
I'm ready.
D6 is a police ship.
Pull it.
I'm still flooring. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you did. It was perfect. It was perfect, everybody.
It's perfect.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Oh, let's go. High five.
I'm so proud of all of you. Why is the trash in... Why is the trash...
Did somebody grab the laser cutter, by the way?
Oh my god.
No, not me.
Yeah, I grabbed it.
Okay. No, it's fine. Just want to make sure somebody got it.
Game?
1.
You press 1.
Okay. Cool.
We have almost 1K.
Oh, look at this.
$940.
Woo. Nice.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Oh, wait, I don't think we're at loot.
Uh-oh.
Just like
No,
What the hell is that?
it's a gigafish.
What?
Larksa?
Really? I want to see it. I want to see the fish.
Larksa? It's
What? I want to get... Oh my...
What?
Oh my god.
Is it friendly?
Hi.
maybe.
Oh my god. Yeah, go.
I'm gonna swim to it.
Poke it.
Hey guys.
Crazy.
Please don't touch me.
No, come back.
Wait. Oh no, I'm dead.
Start that ship.
You wake up feeling dizzy, dash further.
Oh my god, buff!
Oh my god, I got a buff then!
Dude, it's buff!
It makes you fart.
Holy shit, look at that speed!
Oh god.
Oh, that's crazy!
Guys.
Who is leaving bombs behind?
I think when you dash, you leave.
Me. Sorry, it's me.
It's
I will
just
stop dashing, it's me.
Larksa.
Just don't dash. Just don't
Oh
dash.
my god, why out of all of us, why did it have
Yeah, no,
to be Larksa?
it's all of us.
No.
I'm not leaving
It's also
behind
me.
any.
I
Also
just
me. I'm
did.
not gonna dash.
I think it's just a chance.
Leave behind Bobs, I'm not sure.
Oh my god!
Stop dashing!
Stop dashing!
Submarine!
Oh god, this is horrible.
Not the first time I left
Just
behind an
stop
explosive bomb
dashing.
pooping. Ah! Okay, so what do we do now? Are we going further in the car?
I guess.
Oh my god.
so?
I don't know actually. Is it?
Can we just
Yeah, I
start
think
the
so.
expedition?
It's just a chance encounter. Don't shoot that thing.
I already did. It's empty. I mean, holy shit.
Oh my god.
Salad,
well,
check
it
it out.
only shoots like an explosive.
Look at it.
Oh my god, holy.
Sheesh!
Guys, look
No,
at
we were
this
looking
side.
at the other
Look at
end
this
of it.
side.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't like
god
it.
damn.
I don't like it.
What?
Oh,
Why is it
God.
You just said you loved it.
Mapu, why do you put the hand in his
I'm sorry! That's where it goes!
Good heavens.
What the fuck is this game?
Why is it looking kind Hey, where you
Okay,
going with
let's
that thing
get
left
out
up?
of here. I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to
leave it
the
here. I'm gonna hide
Where are
it
you
somewhere
going?
so people don't use it. Alright, yeah, we can go half speed
Right,
west,
back
maybe.
to
I don't
work,
know.
fellas.
Back to work.
Half speed.
Work.
Job's done.
Not that kind of work. What is Foxtrot? 3. Foxtrot 3.
It is money.
Oh, straight north.
Money, money,
Straight
money.
north.
50 knots.
D1 is a Loch Ness monster. Or O1.
All right, we're going away from
Wanna
it.
go
Full
away
speed
from
now.
that?
Full speed
Full
now.
speed.
We are catching up to the money. What is Hotel 5? I think.
West. Go west.
It
It's
is
straight. It's just stop.
H5 is big money.
Oh.
Big money.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
even more money.
Southwest.
Oh,
Southwest. Southwest. Full speed, and then we go
Full
for
speed.
big. A little bit of west.
More
A little bit of west.
A little bit.
Then
Oh,
straight east. Straight
Yeah.
east. What is
Q6
Alpha
is
1?
Shoal.
Wait, what's it?
Alpha 1.
A1 is Loch Ness.
Oh shit.
no,
This is
no.
risky. You know what? Take it north, northeast. That's south! Apollo!
The other way, Apollo.
Full speed!
Oh, no
Why am I
way.
getting full speed? Full speed! Oh shit! Salad, get ready! Salad, get ready! Full speed! Just keep it full speed! Salad, get to the fucking button thing! All right, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Salad, pull it! Pull it! Pull it! Pull! Thank you. Good lord.
Jesus Christ. Are we still pooping mines?
Hold on, you got.
Yes.
I may have dashed.
Oh shit, I pooped.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Alright, no dashing, guys. Although you could use it to kill enemies. Actually,
Oh, true.
potentially good.
Yo, I got the laser now.
Nice.
Based. Okay, I got a kebab.
Easy.
Oh,
Kebab.
oh, kebab. I love kebab.
Don't dash! Don't dash!
Yeah, what the hell?
Kababo. Should I leave it here? The cart's here.
Yeah.
There.
Oh, watch
No,
out!
dash! Lisa!
That's not me. I'm right here.
Careful.
Yeah, I got a kebab.
Oh, this.
What the hell is wrong with you people? The hell is wrong with you?
Go this way.
Come on.
Yo, these bombs are kind of goated, actually.
Did.
Killing it.
I'm not pooping
Oh,
mines
it's
anymore.
Poopy mines.
One is.
Oh, I forgot to put the other item in. Well, that's okay.
Good job, Apollo.
One of you grab this. Apollo, grab this.
What is that? Is that helium?
Grab it.
There's a lot of loot down here.
Later for oxygen. Do that.
You can have one tool with you. That's the tool. So the thing you just
Oh, yeah. Fuck? I already have a tool in my inventory.
Oh.
Play? Oh shit.
What is that? Is that a portal?
Yeah. We played it. You just left click here, right? Okay.
Oh, hey guys. Lepa.
Oh shit.
Are you here?
No, it's me and Demented.
What is that sound?
Oh, hey, oh, there's a thing.
What is that?
Where's the, it's this thing. It's a head.
Follow me.
I thought it was Lapa making that noise.
The popo.
Oh shit, wait, we gotta...
Popo.
Hey, Lepa?
What up?
We gotta
You
kill
need
this
oxygen?
police spot. Yeah. You have some?
It's right here. It's right here. Yo, you can use this. Wait, it's not refilled. Fuck.
Oh shit.
This is an oxygen plant. Usually you can
Okay.
just oxygen up on one of these.
Can I get out of here?
Yeah, it's that way.
Fucking
It's
can't
up
see.
here. Can you hear me?
Right.
Right
Yeah.
here? Right here? No,
Okay.
right here.
I found a laser cutter door, but I gotta refill my oxygen.
There's a police thing here.
We gotta kill it. Otherwise we're gonna lose.
Oh. Can you kill with mines?
Oh, you can hit
Yeah.
it.
Oh.
I'm punching it.
Alright, I need to go, guys.
I got it.
Good job.
Careful.
Whoa.
You know what? I'm coming up for oxygen too.
Damn.
Yeah, same.
Careful.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Stop blowing each other up. Fuck's sake.
It does really fart.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Lepa.
Need to get.
Oh my fucking.
Wait. Oh.
Yeah, yo.
Lepa? Lepa?
Ooh, I found something, guys.
Lepa! Where the fuck is Lepa?
Lapa? That does not sound good, Chad. Yeah, too many warning. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna find any more loot, Chad.
Lepa? Where are you?
Right here.
Are you? Wait, do you see me?
I see
Oh,
you,
come
yeah.
over here. Come over here. There's a
Why?
laser cutter door.
I don't have a laser cutter. I gave it to
Oh.
Salad.
Oh, fuck's sakes.
Teleport.
What are you yelling at me for?
It's over here. Quick man.
It's so low here.
What? What? Guys? Guys, you're running out of time here. Is she dead?
Yeah, I think I might have just griefed Apollo. I don't know. I used the teleporter and she didn't come with me.
The cart? I'm getting the cart. I'm getting the cart. Hold on.
I don't know. Oh, wait, just a second.
Hit the door. Or hit the lever.
I'm hit the lever.
Woo.
Nice save.
I can never find the exit, like ever.
Apollo, what happened to you? Did it
You
all
led
break?
me astray.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I can never find the exit.
It literally teleported me to the exit.
Torpedo.
Did it disappear for you or something? Did it take you? Oh well, I guess El Bozo. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my god.
Ow!
Stop doing that.
Larks is dead.
That was you!
Yeah.
What the helly?
What the hell?
Oh wait, we can choose where we go next. We can choose.
Yeah, I picked Atlantis last time.
I choose to go not to death.
This one.
Yeah.
We're going to
Yeah,
labs?
yeah, it looks good.
Labs.
Labs.
Oh no.
No, it's alright.
Oh, God, you kidding me?
It's an accident.
Oh my god.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I
Let's
pressed the
send
button
it.
accidentally. I swear.
Yeah, we can start moving when you're ready.
Okay, going at 50 knots.
Northeast.
Dist, are you buying stuff?
All right.
Yeah.
I'll be the passenger princess.
Dist, we got
I'm
targets.
coming.
Echo 5.
It's money.
Can you take us straight north, please?
Straight north.
Wonderful. Just keep this.
Does our net have battery?
Full
Oh, it
speed,
does.
full speed. Start turning east and...
East.
Stop. What is H? What is Hotel
It's
6?
cracking.
Oh, east!
Oh no.
Fuck!
Oh, it's
Brace!
broken.
Brace! Full speed, brace!
I will fix. Don't worry.
Alright.
Okay, you can stop. Go northeast. What is Gulf 5?
It is a shoal of fish.
Okay, yeah, we can keep this. We can just keep heading northeast, I guess.
50 knots.
See?
Thank you. Straight east.
Straight east.
L5 is big money. Big money. Oh, actually,
that's
it's gone
behind
now.
us. We're not
Yeah,
gonna-
it's all
yeah,
good.
No.
It's fine. Yeah. So what does leveling up the sonar do?
Oh,
Probably
maybe
longer
gives you a
range.
The range.
Oh, is that cursed? The cursed big fish again?
It's another curse thing.
Yeah. Let's go east, southeast.
Southeast.
Yeah.
East, east,
bottom.
southeast.
East, southeast.
6-8
what is
is
that?
money.
What about,
P9
Papa
is
9?
Loch Ness.
Fuck,
Monster.
go straight south, full speed, full speed. Full speed, like giga full speed right now. We need to go. No, let's not take another hit, please. No.
Grace!
Torpedo! Why isn't this working? Torpedo! Southeast, full speed.
Full speed.
It's on our ass.
Yeah, it's right behind us. Just don't stop, Larks, or whatever you do.
Wait, we'll say 3.
Yeah, south! What is Alpha 3?
It's a Kraken.
No! South! Go!
Wait!
Southwest! What is Juliet 3?
It's a Kraken.
Juliet 3.
Wait, what's W0?
Oh my god! What the hell? Who chose this route? Full speed!
Full speed.
We're surrounded by them!
T0's money.
Just keep going. West, 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 west. What is Lima 6?
That is Loch Ness Monster.
Fuck me!
Wait.
West, west,
Oh my
west.
God.
Just keep going.
It is cursed!
Okay, yo, just keep this. Just faster. Southwest, like turn really
C9
slowly.
is a Leviathan.
Really slowly. No, slower! God damn it!
Sorry!
Get you what the Larksa!
I'm so dumb!
Southeast! No, south! What is Zulu 9?
Oh my God.
It is a Leviathan.
God damn it! South, full speed!
Full speed!
I just want to get to the place! Southwest!
Southwest!
Oh my God.
Full speed!
Alright, slowly turn south now. Real slowly, otherwise it's gonna catch up. Larksa! No, not you, Larksa!
Larksa, no!
I said turn! Fucking hell! My God! I can't even see the radar! Okay, straight east. Straight east! Half speed!
Half speed!
Yes, east. They already pounded us, they're gone. Alright?
U7 is money.
If I say turn slow, that doesn't mean go slow. Alright? Northeast, full speed.
Oh my God.
Salad, get ready with the thing.
I'm going.
Okay, 10 degrees east.
10 degrees east.
Alright, keep keep this. This is good. And Salad, you can go ahead and just ram it. Send it. Thank you.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Fucking hell!
Pilot.
We made it!
We did it!
Alright, school circle!
Oh,
School
oopsies.
circle, everybody! School circle! We gotta have a meeting! That was fucking awful! I am disappointed in every single one of you, especially Lepa!
Whoa. I did my job perfectly.
What was your job, huh?
I was
Who has the laser
Get
cutter?
around?
I was the passenger princess.
Where's
I did
the
my
laser
job perfectly.
cutter?
Yeah, where's
I
the
was
fish?
moral support.
Yeah, Salad, where's the fish? We know you have
Somebody
it. Where
take
is
the
it?
cart.
Yeah.
Where's the fish? Where's the fish? You finger up his ass again, didn't you? Have the fish.
Hold on, I'm gonna use this upgrade.
The fish, don't worry about it. I did. Oh, dear.
There we go.
Yep, on me.
I'm bringing jams.
Oh!
I got the hiccups.
It's okay.
Where's the cart? Where's the cart?
I am leaving glow sticks. If you need to leave, you can just follow glow sticks, alright?
Where's the cart? Do they have it? Okay.
But I'm lost again.
Lost. Chainsaw's dead. Chainsaw's dead.
I'm
Good
with
job.
Cemented.
I'm
Lost.
alone.
Oh, you're here. Hello.
A vent, upper floor.
Okay, chainsaw is.
Did you find anything?
There.
Who the fuck was that?
Those do you have?
What the fuck was that? Who was that?
La Reaper.
That didn't even sound like anybody in the lobby. Am I crazy?
I think he. Okay.
Oh, if you see a scissor thing, you need to be quiet.
Yeah.
Is there a laser door here?
Maybe we can blow this guy up. Ow!
Oh, I haven't found anything.
For her.
Can't find anything.
Maybe we have...
What's this? Boo-boo?
No, this is your Boji.
Who's up here?
Hi.
You hear
I'm
a beeping
here.
sound?
No.
Die.
Apparently
Alright,
there's a
we should-
laser cutter door down here somewhere.
Careful.
We should go get oxygen. Careful. What oxygen do you have? I think this is the way out.
It's okay. I have an oxygen item for you if you're close to dying.
Okay. Ooh.
Left behind glow.
I put the card down there at the entrance for you.
Music.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! I'm gonna.
Lexa, you're fine.
I'm gonna. Oh god! I was close. Holy moly!
Honestly, this curse is like pretty good.
This girl's fucked.
It's fucked. But if you're alone, it's fine. It's not
Whoa.
even here.
Don't think so.
Oh, I wish I had a help lamp.
Oh, here's the card.
Who has the laser cutter?
Lappa? Austria?
Oh, this is the laser cutter.
I took two. Oh, it's a laser cutter. Yeah.
I found it.
We found the laser cutter.
Okay, come back up top.
Wait, is this
Okay,
you?
hold on. Yeah, it's me. Yeah, we gotta go. Oh, okay. Thank you. Here, do you guys want
And the card
the?
is here.
Can have the
Take this.
the newt. Okay, I think there's a door down here. Careful though, I'm gonna dash.
Uh-oh, too many warning. It's so dark.
Oh, here we go.
No, it's just me. I don't know where the others are.
Oh shit, don't fuck.
Oh,
it's
don't
your
cut
friend.
test inside. Yeah.
What's over here?
Apollo!
What? Is this empty?
Nothing, I guess. Well, that's unlucky.
That's.
I didn't find any loot in here. Like,
Oh, there's
not a
1
single.
minute to go.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Yeah.
We have got to go.
This place had no loot at. Apollo, go back to the ship!
Wait, they took the pink. Oh, okay, we're going. Where's Apple?
Careful.
Alright, Lexa!
They're okay. They're both okay.
Okay!
We all Gucci in the hoochie, don't worry.
I need to buy a headlamp. Yeah, I want to buy a headlamp.
Yeah, it's $180, so
I want to
it's
let
not too
it be
bad.
known that one of you fuckers blew me up with your ass.
Oh.
What the hell?
What the hell?
Rip.
So, realistically, it's not my fault that I died. Apollo. And it's not
It wasn't
embarrassing.
my fault. It was not me.
Oh,
It was one of yours.
Well, it was fucking one of yours.
One of you.
How do I type?
Disgusting.
66. How do I type in 66?
67.
Which one of you
please
don't know
no
to flush the
67.
toilet after they've had
I
a
don't
shit?
understand it.
Oh, I got. Oh, I typed
don't
in 67 now
understand.
by mistake.
Larksa.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So useless.
I typed 67 because Lapa said 67. Are you fucking? Wait, hold on.
If
how do I
Lapa
put
told
this?
you to jump down the toilet, would you?
Oh, we don't have the curse anymore.
Well, I mean.
How do you clear this then?
Clear what?
What?
You just press W.
67.
It's you press Q.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
What, you just press 6 and 7? When the fuck do you buy stuff on this? I'm stupid.
You just hold right click and type the
Do you not
numbers.
know how to use a vending machine?
Oh.
No.
I've never used one, okay?
What do you mean? You've never used one?
There's something coming up, this.
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Q, Quebec.
Well, no, I
6.
mean, I know how to use a vending
It's
machine.
money.
I
go
meant
north.
in game. I've never used it.
North, northeast.
Northeast. North.
Straight northeast, actually. Straight northeast. What is Victor 5? Go east.
It's a Leviathan.
Speed.
Okay, we are going east. Just calm down. Everybody calm down. We can keep this. Keep this course.
J7 is big money.
Nice.
Oh, northeast. Northeast. Full speed.
Full speed.
Oh yeah, guys, all the loot in the
Straight
nets is below the ship, by the way. I kind of forgot.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Have you been grabbing it?
No.
Oh.
Southeast. Southeast.
J0 is money.
What is Zulu 8? Zulu 8.
Loch Ness.
Okay, we gotta go full speed. Full speed. Just we're fine. We're fine. Just full speed. We got this.
B4 is big money.
Southwest. Straight southwest. We are grabbing big money, big loots.
Haven't found any
So I
batteries
do
yet.
need to heal. Yeah.
South. Big money is moving for some reason. What is Tango 6?
It's a whale.
Fucking hell. Just
A
keep
whale?
keep heading south, full speed. We gotta get away from this thing. What is Kilo 4?
It is a. Oh my god, where is it? It's dolphins.
Oh, alright. Yeah, that's nice. What is Sierra 2?
It's not on radar anymore.
Okay. Probably money. Whatever. Oh, we're coming up on a place. Like we can just southeast, half speed. I think we're away from the Leviathan.
C1 is money.
Straight
Echo
east.
8
We're
is
grabbing
Loch
money.
Ness.
Say again. This.
It's gone. It's all good.
Okay. Just straight. Full speed. Full speed. We can catch up to it. All right, Larksa. Full stop after this. Full stop. Southwest. What is Echo 9?
It is money.
I don't like money. Let's go east. Straight east and half speed. No.
Oh my god.
Southwest and half speed. No. Southeast. Sorry, I'm dumb. Yeah, I'm just speeding the thing
Oh my
around.
god, left paw.
Yeah, my bad. At least we didn't hit anything. Okay, straight east and full speed.
U5 is Kraken.
Okay, what is Foxtrot 7?
It's money.
Southwest. Southeast. Sorry, fucking hell. South.
My god. Leper, you're getting fired.
No. Oh, you want to do this? You think this is easy? Southwest.
Yeah, I do,
Stop.
actually.
Full stop. Thank you. Go west, half speed.
Half speed.
Full speed.
Full speed.
Damn, we found so much stuff this.
Full stop.
Full stop.
What is? Go northwest, real fast, right now.
T2 is shoal like
Northwest.
fish.
We're so fucked.
T4 is a kraken.
That's...
No!
U0 is money.
Go full speed.
Go towards the landing zone.
West, straight west. Full speed, just all the way. Salad, get ready. A little bit to the north. No fucking way. Pull it.
I can't pull. It won't let me pull.
Pull it.
Can't pull.
I'm fixing.
I'll fix the ship, yeah. Do I kill speed? Oh my gosh.
That was way too close, man. We should not have gone to the zone. We got hit twice.
Holy shit.
What the fuck happened, guys?
Oh,
that was
I
going
do
so well.
Heal myself.
You gotta pick up the
red wrench.
Oh yeah, I'm
over
gonna
there.
buy the headlights.
And then you hold left click over something.
Wait, we are on a timer here, guys.
Set this
So
all up.
Did it already start? Oh shit, we got. Let's get the stuff. Let's get the stuff from the net.
I think since we got hit, I don't know if it'll still be there. There's still some stuff.
You lose stuff if you get
I
hit?
think
Oh, that
so,
sucks.
yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Do we not have enough money for the headlights?
We weren't even greedy, only with exiting.
Yeah. At least we still got some stuff. You don't lose it all.
I bought a tall.
How much money do we have overall?
I don't know. We've spent.
Yeah.
I think we're probably not gonna have much left.
Oh, okay, I see.
The people. Anymore.
Something's chasing me.
Yeah, that was the best part.
What you mean, Saj? What the fuck?
What the fuck is that?
Apollo's getting sucked.
Apollo's getting sucked.
Oh god.
Deserved.
Oh god.
It's such a bunch of
Oh god.
I'm pretty sure.
Taking oxygen.
Something's chasing me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's me. Why am I hearing myself? What the fuck is going on?
No.
Wait, where are you, Leppa? Down. Okay. Wait, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's a... Oh, wait, Leppa? I don't know if I'm going the right way.
It's look.
I don't know where Leppa is.
Down.
Oh god. Please don't kill me. Oh, guys, I don't know if I'm going the right way. I found the cut spot. I think.
God.
Where did the money go? Oh.
No. Locked it.
No way out of here.
Yeah, lock the door.
I think it's this way. Wait, no.
I don't think.
I don't know how to get out of here!
Are you down or up?
I'm down.
It's the fake one.
Oh, I'm
Dude.
hooked. Wait, maybe there's a plant. Why do I keep hearing salad?
I'm coming, Dist. What the? No.
I'm dead.
No! Why are you dead? Stop dying!
Dude, I don't know. I don't know how to get out of here. I'm trapped.
I'm right here.
Yeah.
Dude, do you need? Yo, I got some oxygen right here.
Oh.
Oxygen bottle.
Oh my God. Thank you. Oh!
I know how to get out. Just come.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. Where are you?
Things happen.
Oh, I see you.
Up here.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Up here.
Oh.
And then this is where the door is. This is where the cutting door. Cut this.
Okay.
Are you with me? Okay, yeah. So right here, there's a door. Do not experiment sewer within.
Okay.
Sever.
I'm alive.
In that room you just saved me from, there was some loot. I was full though. There's stuff
me
there.
too.
Okay.
Yeah!
There's nothing in here.
Good.
Oh, God.
Okay, so it goes.
Did you grab the other loot I had?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
I have it right here. Kebab. I think this is the way out. Oh, I'm drowning.
Oh, are you out of oxygen?
Oh, I'm at 4.
Something's chasing me.
I'm alive.
Oh, it's no, dist.
Yeah.
That is not dist.
Oh.
That is dist, not dist.
Can we get out here? Oh yeah, we can.
That is not dist. That
Oh
is
my
not
God.
Dist.
That is not
That is
this.
not dist.
That's fake
It's
this.
not this.
Oh god.
Something is chasing me.
Run!
How does it sound like? Is that AI?
I think it is.
I think it's AI.
So well done. That's insane.
Yes.
Wait, it's coming. It's
What
coming.
the
I'm gonna
fuck?
let's close the door.
That's crazy.
There was a I
wanna hear Lemma.
saw both you and Larks are
Come see
inside
this?
Come see this? Oh my God, don't let him in.
That's crazy.
All right. Well, hopefully we got
Come
enough
see
loot
this?
this time.
That is
Yeah.
insane.
So if we can, we should probably try and buy an AED if we can because it's really useful. You can revive.
What is it?
someone.
Oh. We got
Yeah,
$1,000.
Yeah, it's an
back to
ether.
life.
Yeah, that was so sick.
Yeah.
Please, I wanna
Oh, it's
Hey,
360.
hold on.
We can use it again.
Cops.
Are you
Oh.
telling me that there is a defibrillator in this game?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Underwater.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no. Just wanted to make
We're
sure.
gonna go.
You gotta apply the upgrade, Larksa.
We're off
In the
to
bed.
Atlantis.
In the shower.
Oh.
Put the pill in the shower.
Oh, I think I've just realized something. Take care. Bye bye.
Oh my god.
We need to
I
we
got
need
an
one more
upgrade.
battery, otherwise we're fucked.
Let me see.
What do you mean?
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure that where we're at now is where the police are gonna find us, and we need to use the battery to get out of here.
Wait, am I using the headlights? I don't
Oh, oops. I already put a battery
Yeah.
down here.
Oh my god, it's okay. I also put one down there.
Oopsie poopels. Can't we buy
see it. Oh,
batteries?
it's cute.
No.
I don't think so. We're gonna have to just look really hard next time.
How does torpedo work, I wonder?
You have to buy it. It's $400
We have to buy it
for a
with the battery
torpedo,
as well.
yeah.
Oh, you have to buy a head torch. It's so nice.
Oh yeah, how do I
Oh,
get it?
yeah, you should get a head
Yeah,
torch.
like you right click here on the vending machine and then 6 and then press E. If we have money.
Wait, how do I press
Smart
6?
detection.
Just
Just on
type
your
it.
You just
keyboard.
type it on your keyboard.
Not 6-7, of course.
How do I
Press
set
E.
Press E.
Press E. There you
Yeah,
go.
here, take the pill
Yay!
and apply the pill in the bath.
Now get in the bath.
To the bath?
Yeah.
We're moving. We are moving.
Oh.
Okay. Wait, Apollo is bathing.
I'm bathing!
Yeah, you gotta get in the bath.
I think I...
Go to the bath.
We have something?
It's money.
Yeah,
Something's-
press Q.
Can we get south?
I don't think I have it. Oh no, it's still here.
Yeah, you need to put the pill in the
Yankee
left slot
5.
there.
Straight south.
Oh my fucking god.
Yo, Salad, you wanna call out?
Straight south, hang on. Hang on.
You wanna call out stuff?
I can do, yeah, if you want.
Victor 9. What is Victor 9?
Then we can swap out.
It's Kraken.
Oh shit. Go straight. No, we're good. We're good.
There you go.
Okay,
You
yeah.
didn't steal, I helped.
Everybody listen
what's
to
Y5?
Salad now.
01 is big money.
Wait,
This was Y5. 01, southeast. Southeast.
Y5 is money, 01 is money.
Okay. Bit more east and straight ahead. Bit more east, little bit more
Apollo,
east.
you wanna
little bit more
take
east.
over?
There you go. Little bit more. Little bit more east. 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 Full speed.
Full speed!
Oh, we got it. Yeah, nice. Okay, south. What's H8?
It's Shoal of Fish.
Okay, we can go south. Yeah. What is?
Full speed!
What is?
E6 is a Loch Ness
K5.
monster.
What is K5?
K5 is big money.
But what's K5? Okay,
Big money?
money. West.
K2 is also big
Slow
money.
down. Stop, lads. We go west. Oh my god. Okay. Turn around and go east there. We don't want to go K5. There's a ton of shit over there. Go east. East and then straight full speed.
Full speed!
Yeah, southeast.
Southeast.
Fully southeast. Yeah. Alright, straight ahead. A little bit more south. Okay, nice. And then southeast again.
Southeast.
What is R6?
speed.
Go east. Straight ahead.
R6
east.
is money.
East, let me get on the thing.
I'm on the thing.
Let me get on the thing.
I'm on the thing.
Okay. Get ready. Stay on target. Pull.
Pulling!
Oh!
Man, that was fun. I didn't have to do anything.
Pull. There's a Kraken behind us.
Kraken!
Good stuff. Yay.
Right, we need to find a battery to put in this thing, otherwise I think we'll call
Oh, so that's the
FAW.
lamp.
Yeah. Is a lamp like unlimited?
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know.
Nice. Now I will never be lost again.
Ever.
I'll get the stuff from the net.
Oh yeah, how much is... Oh, help.
We got 5 things. Huge. I mean, 5 is a lot of things.
Whoa, it's a catacomb.
Coke? I miss kick, man.
What the hell? Button, dude.
That was a funny
Yeah,
moment.
cut door.
This fucking...
Or another... Oh yeah.
Do that minging.
Fucking...
Oh god. Oh, this is not a nice place.
Oh my god, duck!
Am I doing it?
What? Oh my.
It.
I have one thing. Oh, you guys saw this door, right?
It
Anybody got the cutter?
Oh yeah, I got it. I didn't see it.
Right here.
Oh.
Very nice. Very nice. Hope it's not an empty room.
Actually stuff.
Oh, foot!
You get the duckies.
Do we need ducks? Okay.
I don't know if they're useful for anything.
You need oxygen?
No, I'm good. I need to go heal though. The other pathway here had like 1 million enemies in it.
Did somebody just say Lepa there's feet? Huh?
Yeah, Lepa there's feet.
Got a lot of loot already. This is good. I was scared going here, but... Ooh.
Yeah, it's this way.
Oh. Can anyone come
I can't see the thingy though.
Guys?
Yeah, I mean, we're out, but where
I got
is
an
it?
extra cutter. If anyone wants. Can you grab it?
Wait.
Hello?
Yes?
I'm right here. Can anyone grab this?
Oh, yes. Air. Yeah, got it.
Thank you.
I think I fucked up, guys. I fucked up big time. I broke something. What? I think there's like a girl behind me.
What is going on?
Oh.
I guess this is it.
Oh no. Dude.
Oh.
Killed. Yeah, I think.
Oh my god, what is that thing?
I think it
I
might
think
be.
I just swim to the... Yeah, just swim inside here. Yeah. Come here, Apollo!
I'm Apollo.
Yeah, Lepa got destroyed by this thing.
Where's his body?
Oh god. Okay.
I'm not
I know it's gonna come inside.
I'm not safe. I'm
Oh god.
That's why I stand here.
Oh my god.
What is this thing? Oh god. Apollo. Oh shit.
So
yeah, I'm out of here.
Apollo dead?
Oh god, please. Oh god,
Oh.
CTVs everywhere.
Wait, where did Apollo go?
Oh my god, it's my time, chat. It's my time.
I just... where's everyone's... Did it eat them? Oh. She was hiding in the bath. I need to destroy the bodies. Otherwise we're gonna get too much police. Larksa, we just gotta go. Larksa?
Hurry up!
There's
Lark?
a giant starfish.
Where'd the eel go? Oh, I see it.
Yeah, it's
Larksa, where's Lepa's body?
It's
They have to go.
Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go.
Are you leaving? Wait. Maybe we can juke the worm if we leave.
Yeah, well, we can just leave right now. We can just
now.
we can
Yeah.
we can just leave. Can you dispose of Leppa's body? Do you know where it is?
No.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave them.
Yeah, it was in the washing machine.
Oh, we lost.
Oh yeah, well, fuck.
Oh no. The Popo.
Yeah. I feel like we had so many body parts.
Works. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, I didn't know the star system worked like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's tough.
Why isn't this in the picture?
I think it's because it's the
What the? Wow.
But like, how do you even get rid of like the worm and stuff? That was crazy.
Yeah, that was so crazy.
Yeah.
That was so scary. Leppa got cursed by like destroying a spear.
I got cursed, yeah.
Yeah, and then I saw like the TVs and a giant starfish in the distance.
Well,
That was
the
crazy.
starfish is always there. That's the thing that gets you if you don't make it out.
Oh, but like, how do you destroy that worm?
I guess you just gotta not fuck up like I did.
Oh, I see.
Otherwise,
Yeah, maybe if you
everyone's
die
cursed.
alone, it doesn't like haunt the other people. I don't know.
Yeah, and that worm was OP.
Yeah, that was.
It was really funny though. Like from my POV,
Yeah.
hearing the screams from inside. Oh, it's so silly.
That was crazy.
So, is this anyways?
I think it's anyways time. That's a good stopping point.
Yeah, thanks for the games.
Yeah, thank you.
It was fun. Maybe the Swedish boy will join us sometime.
Yeah.
Surely someday.
Yeah, I like Murky Divers more than I thought.
Yeah, this was so good. I like it.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice.
Alright.
Yeah.
Well, bye guys.
Bye.
Thank
Alright,
you.
GG's.
Bye.
Till next time, bye.
All right. Well, I mean, I could have asked Lobos if he wants to play Abiotic, but it would only be for an hour and a half, and he just started a rando run. So, I mean, I'll ask him if he wants to. I'll see what Lobos says, but